alone in the middle of a dark, sort of well-lit, but still dark parking lot. Life's parking lot. And then life's crazy man comes up and beats her on the head with a stick. But no one knows the dark, seedy underbelly. I'm gonna end up sounding like Danny DeVito at this rate.
Galloway.
Jeez, kid, here we go!
Got it, Skipper. Yeah, I'll bring him. He's my partner.
I don't wanna, cause I'm a grouchy drunk.
What have we got?
New case.
It's a murder.
White female dumped in plain sight in the grass at the end of Hill Street. Hats are all over it. Captain's trying to
So I
fend
said
them
hats
off.
are all over it. Then I was like, well, we all wear hats.
The first rule of police work is make no assumptions until you've seen the evidence. Skipper wants you to have your newspaper.
Yeah, you seem to be doing that.
I think
Well,
I know
more
the
my
place where
department,
they
but-
found the lady. It overlooks Sunset Boulevard. Let's go.
Sunset Boulevard. That's even the song, is it? Ah, fuck it.
The thing was, he was a really nice guy. I felt lousy collaring him.
I don't know, because I'm doing the New York accent. It's not even New York. It's just because it's 40s and it's gangsters in places. I'm an idiot. Driving down the road.
You did a decent
down
job
the
on the
road.
Henry
Don't crash
case,
into
Phelps.
anyone else, but I
Not
probably
bad
will.
for your first time at bat.
Thanks, Rusty.
But don't go getting ahead of yourself. That's one clearance under your belt. Now it's a new day with a new dead lady that needs our attention.
No assumptions until we see the evidence, right?
Right. See, I knew you were a fast learner, Phelps.
Out of the
You might get
way!
along after all.
Oh crap, I've just driven right past it. So this is why the map sometimes isn't helpful. Oh, I didn't crash into it. You crashed into it.
Now, boys, you know as much as I do. I'll be holding a press conference once the autopsy's been completed. I have two of my finest investigators on the case. Fresh from bringing down the
is she gonna be
sword of
naked
justice
again?
on the crazed sex
Captain,
fiend Alonzo
aren't there
Mendes.
similarities between this murder and the murder of Celine Henry and of Elizabeth Short
Oh,
for
look,
that
it's the
matter?
two same pressmen who are just nosy and ratty.
Boys, be
Fucking
sensible.
rats.
We have
I
the
understand
greatest
the whole
police
idea of
force in all the
journalism
world,
is to get the scoop
greatest
and all that stuff,
scientific
but Jesus
investigators
Christ,
around
sometimes
the world.
they're just ugh,
How can any killer
vultures.
continue to be that? Be advised. We keep the gas chamber at San Quentin primed for the sons of Cain who continue to believe they can take a life in the city of angels.
Yeah, right. Any new leads in the Dahlia
Oh,
case?
he's gonna punch him.
Run along, boys. and
Even
let these
he's just like,
officers get to work.
fuck's sake.
We have God's work to do here, and it can't be delayed.
What do we have, Captain?
Another woman sacrificed. Speak to Carruthers. I want daily reports, gentlemen.
Detective, I was first on scene.
What did you
Did
see?
you find her, Gonzalez?
Not me. Family out for a stroll. I was first
Oh,
reported.
jeez.
Can you show me the body?
It's under the pepper tree, this way.
Is somebody going to tell us what the hell is going on?
None of your damn business. Oh.
Can't be much help to you, Phelps.
Oh, she's naked as well. Oh, okay. Definitely glad I don't get monetized for my shit here. Not that I'll get it for this
Similar
game.
to what? The Dahlia? I don't think so.
Celine Henry.
That's a closed case. This is probably another sad sack who lost his temper with a broad who wouldn't put out.
Are you a suspect, Rusty?
Watch your mouth,
No.
Phelps. All I'm saying is we got enough to do without reopening closed cases.
Talk me through it, Mal.
Severely battered, on display. Footprints would indicate that she has been stomped. Size of the footprints would seem to indicate a smallish men's shoe. What size shoe did Mendez wear?
You finished?
No, I'm not. At a glance, I would say strangulation was the cause of death. I'll need to do further tests for semen.
Angry boyfriend. If they were married, they'd be at home, not humping out here in Lover's Lane.
You mind if I examine the body?
Be my guest.
Gonna have to. It's all delightful being a man of the. I mean, this is the murder desk. Why am I not surprised?
I'll do some comparisons back at the lab and get back to you.
CSI, this is not. In CSI, they'd all be covered up in modesty.
Looks like she was tied up.
It does at first, but that would leave a mark on her other wrist, too. I think her watch might have been torn off.
The stomping angle in the Henry case, was it reported in the press?
Sure was. Every detail a copycat would want was there in the story.
And that's because they thought they'd caught him. What a silly bunch of idiots.
What's this mark? A cut on a finger.
Fourth finger, left hand, a wedding or engagement ring, violently removed.
Mind you, if I ever managed to cover the Sherlock Holmes Jack the Ripper case, oof. At that point, come on, let's get that game onto PS4.
Well, we have a name. Can you run Deirdre Muller by RNI?
Back in a second.
If the motive was robbery, why not take the money?
Is that everything? Yeah.
Detectives, RNI says that Deirdre Mahler of 130 North Bonnie Bray was reported missing this morning by her husband, Hugo Mahler.
Never the same, are they?
Oh
Grab
god,
the
is this the
husband,
one?
take
Is
him
this the
downtown
one
and
that's
work
played
him
by
over.
TV's
Have
Greg
this
Rumble?
wrapped up by lunchtime.
What about not making assumptions and going on the evidence?
Yeah, Rusty. You feeling a bit rusty? Shouldn't make jokes. This is a murder scene. Doodaloo, death. Thank you. Let's go solve a murder. Murder.
So what's going on over there? Somebody going to tell us what...
I'm gonna shoot them in a minute. Fuck off, you vultures.
There still might be some play in the boyfriend angle.
I thought we were on our way to lock up the husband.
If he doesn't work out, that.
Deirdre Muller has suffered enough. More than enough. You shouldn't make disparaging comments about her without even the slightest inkling of what she was like.
She was a woman, wasn't she? No, around about my third divorce, I realized women might not be the pure angels we imagine. You're married, ain't you, Phelps?
Don't make any insinuations about my wife.
Hey, she's a woman.
She's the mother of my children.
You're a father, Cole? But don't tell me your eye don't bend.
This conversation is over.
Yeah, shut up, Rusty. Oh god, where's this one then? Oh, fucking... No. I'm not driving away for that. I'll do it off camera after the fact. Because yeah, there's collectibles, like you've been seeing the locations I've been discovering on the map. And there's like golden reels, there's cars. Like literally, I could stop every single one of these cars and most of them will be added to the list. I think I've still got the guidebook somewhere. Let's Probably, I've either chucked it, or I've sold it, or I've still got it somewhere. Like a strategy guide, those things. And it lists like where all the stuff is, and I'm like, just look it up. I considered digging it out, but then I was just like, nah, I can just look it up on the online. And I may do that when I'm done here. Go back, fulfill all the side crimes. Not on stream, I mean like off screen. Find all the golden things. Because I don't think I've ever done those. It's because there's too many, the world's too big, and I just get bored. Out of the way! What a maroon.
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. Is your father home?
He'll be home soon. He's been out looking for Mommy.
I swear
What's your name?
they've used so many of the same
L.A
people for
Noire?
these characters.
Can we come in?
I suppose so.
I suppose so.
Thank you.
Dead face.
Could you have a seat for me, Michelle?
God, really. I don't think even at the time this was very good in terms of the facial stuff. Like again, I'd like to see them make this
We're
now
gonna have a look around.
with today's technology. I think it would be a lot better.
He'll be back any moment. Just sit tight. My partner will explain everything when he gets back, okay? There's nothing to worry about.
Not much help.
Size 8.
I don't think the print's compatible. I don't know. It depends what kind of print they've got.
Elgin wristwatch. Probably the same one snatched from her body. No sign of a wedding ring.
Is this about Mommy? Daddy is trying to find her. Please tell me she's okay.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Michelle, but your mother is dead. Do you think you could answer a few questions for us?
Could try.
Some of your mother's jewelry was missing. Can you describe her things?
A ring, a watch. I never paid much attention to that stuff.
I know it's painful, Michelle, but this may be important. She wore a wedding ring?
Mommy chose it herself. A rose gold wedding band and a matching diamond and ruby engagement ring.
She wore a watch?
Yes, a yellow gold Elgin watch. Daddy bought it for her birthday. They had a fight. It was kind of a makeup present.
When did you last see your mother?
Yesterday afternoon, I went to a dance at Belmont High. Mommy was supposed to pick me up, but she didn't show.
So what did you do then?
I was upset. Daddy came instead.
So you were hanging around the school for quite a while. What happened with your father?
I don't know.
Is the father an asshole?
I called, and finally he answered. He came straight away then.
Oh god, is it the chip ban?
Your mom and dad are
In fact, for
happily
ages I
married?
didn't know what that horn was, and I kept hearing it, and it
saying?
pisses me off.
Of course they
And
are.
now I know what it's for, and it still pisses me off.
They weren't happy, were they, Michelle? Did your father ever hit your mother?
Just the once. She said she would leave him if he ever did it again. He bought her a brooch pin to make up for it. And he always wore her golden butterfly.
Thanks, Miss Muller. You've been very brave.
Totally condescending. Oh, there he is!
Hey!
TV's Greg Grumbeld.
Daddy, the police
Go to your
are
room,
here.
Who I can't remember what... at the time when I played this game,
Go to your
I
room,
saw
young
him and
lady.
went, oh, he's in
She's
something.
not even
I
out
think
of
it was
school.
Lost, actually.
You can't come in here interrogating her like she's
Your
some
wife
kind
was
of...
found murdered this morning.
Found? What? But she only...
We have some questions that we would like to ask you.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I'll do my best.
I think it was Lost. I recognised him. I was kind of like, oh yeah, he's in something recently that I saw. Obviously,
What size shoe do you wear, Mr. Muller?
Why do you ask?
It's routine, sir. Simple process of elimination.
9s, I think.
I didn't know your
Why
own
are you
shoe
lying
size.
to me, Mr. Muller?
Even I know my own shoe size.
Why would I lie to you at a time like this?
Because you're a suspect and you're an arsehole. And you smell.
That's funny. The work boots we found here are size 8s. Why lie about it if you've got nothing to hide?
Because I always get teased about the size of my feet. You know, small feet, small...
Always been true in my experience.
Why does he add size 4s? Ooh!
You phoned in a missing persons report this morning?
Yeah, that's right. My wife didn't come home last night. She left around 9:30. Michelle was out at dance. She called me to let me know that Deidre didn't turn up.
Did your wife ever go out by herself? To bars, nightclubs?
No. What are you suggesting? You suggesting my wife's loose? Now is not the time for you to be pushing me, mister.
Your daughter said you were having an argument.
We argued about who would pick up Michelle.
Really?
I worked a full day. I wanted to come home, put my feet up.
Picking up your daughter's not important? Couldn't you do that, then put your feet up?
So you were here all night. You stayed in while your wife went out to pick up your daughter?
Yes, that's correct.
You should come clean if you're having an affair, or if there's something going on.
I told you I was here. Were you saying I wasn't?
Well, your fucking daughters just said you weren't. Yeah, twat.
So why did you take so long to answer the phone when your daughter called?
Okay, I went out for a while. I was driving around. It's my way of relaxing.
Cruising. Cruising.
Your wife was beaten and then strangled. In your case, you have no alibi and a history of violence towards your wife.
That's not true, god damn it.
No.
It is true, Hugo. You're a violent man. You try to keep a lid on it at home, but sometimes you lost control. Your daughter and your wife were scared of you.
You don't know anything about me.
Yes, you do. Your TV's Greg Grumbeld.
I know about the golden butterfly, Hugo, and how you bought your wife off the last time you heard her.
She liked to spend money, all right? Dresses, jewelry, her hair. It drove me goddamn crazy. Do I look like a Rockefeller?
Nobody likes a cheapskate, Hugo.
Getting hostile with us is a very bad idea, Hugo.
I'm no murderer.
Make some arrangements for your daughter, and then present yourself to Central Station for questioning.
You gotta be kidding me, Phelps. Put the cuffs on him.
This is an outrage. I didn't kill my wife.
Your daughter is in the next room, Muller, so I'm giving you a break. Don't make me change my mind, and don't make me come looking for you.
Oh, he's gonna make us come looking for him very quickly.
We should go back in there and bust his ass.
1, we need to break his alibi. Check phone records, canvass the neighbors. 2, we have motive of domestic violence, which probably goes for half the men in L.A. 3, we have no evidence tying him to the crime scene.
Pardon me!
Hello! Detective!
Pardon me, nosy witch! Shush, Cars. I am being nosy.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard the terrible news over the radio.
And you can help us with our inquiries?
Yes, sir. They had a row last night. I heard Mrs. Muller screaming.
Did you see Mrs. Muller come home late last night at all?
No, not at all. I did see Mr. Muller put something in the incinerator earlier this morning, though.
I told you he was our guy. Now let's get this bum downtown and into a cell.
Look, there he is now.
Oh, really? Oh, really? How fucking stupid.
Step away from the incinerator. Don't let him get away.
Okay, but no shooting. We need this guy to make the case.
Oh.
This doesn't look good, Hugo.
I can explain the blood.
Then why were you burning them?
Officer. Then put him in an interview room. We'll be speaking with him later. And inform the captain.
Yes, sir, Detective.
Is there someone you can call, miss?
I don't want home and
You need somewhere to stay, Michelle. You have other family? Grandparents? Aunts or uncle?
call Aunt Helen, but she lives in Bakersfield and
Call her. We're gonna get someone down here from Juvenile Hall to talk to you in the meantime.
We ought to get some uniforms down here, clean up, take care of the kid. Galloway, Homicide Division, badge number 564.
Phelps, badge 1247.
Did we get Ray Pinker and a technical services team to a house?
I need an address on a Belmont High School.
Street.
Checking for
Send
you,
someone
Detective.
down from Juvenile Hall to look after a young lady.
Belmont High, 1575 West 2nd Street.
Thanks.
That's that guy from the papers. Solved that big case.
Inform Detective Phelps that the coroner has a report waiting at the police morgue downtown when he's available.
Got it, KGPL.
Officer 103 MD.
That bird's a fucking liar. Kill it. I don't watch. I don't watch her to Nicolas Cage. That's a liar.
I'm surprised, you know. I didn't make the husband for it.
Always make the husband, Phelps. 9 times out of 10, it's the closest person to the Vic who does the deed. God knows I've wanted to kill some wives in my day.
Lex parsimoniae.
What?
The law of parsimony. Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is most likely the correct one.
You know, you could have said that without getting all liturgical on me.
I'll try to dumb things down from now on.
Appreciate it. Try this one on for size. Rusty's razor.
How's that go?
You blame the guy that's banging her.
Ah, of course. The famous Lex ignoramus.
Closes cases, Cole. Puts a lot of people away, that one.
Any Central unit of possible 288 at Belmont High School, 1575 West 2nd Street. Stand by for further unit to handle. Identify code 2.
11K to KGPL. We'll take the 288. Go ahead with the further.
There's a lurker outside the school. Better fucking kill him.
Saturday's the spring unveiling, Emmy. It's the first season since fabric rationing's over. We have to go.
I told you I can't Saturday. I'm busy.
Busy where? You're going on another drive with baby Gardner, aren't you?
So what if I am?
Go, Phelps. I'll take the car and see if I can cut him off.
Oh no, not a drop ladder. Please stop. Doing a lot of running in this case, I see. Out of the way!
What do you think, you're a bulldozer?
I got slightly confused because she was pointing the wrong way.
Be careful. There he is, officer.
Oh god, I got my gun out. I think it's supposed to tackle him, that's why. Oh, cheeky son. Come here! Tackle him, his head goes straight through the planks.
Car 11K, come in.
11K, go ahead.
11K, see the janitor. A green 1946 coupe registered to a Mrs. Hugo Moeller has been found in the parking lot adjoining the Belmont High School and playing fields. 11K, code 2.
What's your name?
Who's asking?
We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Name's Eli Rooney.
You've been in trouble with the law before, Eli?
Some.
What are you doing around here?
I like to keep an eye on the children.
Strictly paternal, is it, Eli?
Don't sass me, boy.
A woman was abducted here last night, Eli, and murdered.
And I would love to make you for that, you low-key motherfucker.
Well, I wouldn't know nothing about that. A woman, you say? I like 'em a little younger than that.
Turn out your pockets,
come the fuck
Eli.
on.
Now, why would I do that?
Because I'm about to break your fucking skull, Eli.
Yeah, exactly. What? How could you be so blasé about that?
You're under arrest, Eli. You're in very deep trouble. Get some backup down here, Rusty. We need to get this one downtown and into a cell.
I'll tell them we got a kitty raper coming in. They can roll out the red carpet.
So that means all the coppers with their if they even have yeah, I'm pretty sure they have batons in America. With their batons out, just fucking beating the shit out of him as he goes
What time
through.
did you see the person park the car?
Late last night, after school social, maybe 1 a.m. I've been keeping a good eye out lately. We've had problems with the child molester.
Eli Rooney. We've met him.
Filthy son of a bitch. He was here yesterday before the dance.
Was it him you saw park the car?
I don't know, sir. I'd like to say yes, but the truth is it was pretty dark.
Would you say Rooney is violent?
Yes, sir. I would say so, yes.
Thanks for your help.
What's in the trunk of the car is that dead? Ooh. Well,
blood and skin samples. We better get Ray Pinker out here.
Good old Ray Pinker. Where would we be without Ray?
It's from a Chrysler. Could be important.
The overalls are stenciled HM. Muller is a mechanic. I wonder what Eli does for a living.
Leisurely jog, Phelps. Leisurely jog.
Phelps, 1247.
How can I help, Detective?
I need interrogation set up at Central for both suspects being held in the Muller homicide case.
Certainly, Detective. I'll get in touch with the watch commander.
Thanks, ma'am.
No, we're doing that just yet.
I say we make Rooney for this. I think we should lay it on him. He was near the car, he had her jewelry, the DA will love him for it.
Even if he didn't do it?
Who cares whether he did it? You have kids, Phelps? He needs to be taken permanently out of harm's way.
And we let Mueller slide?
For a while. He gets a free pass for now.
I don't know about this. My gut says Mueller. We caught him trying to destroy evidence in his backyard, and that was his car with the
I think
bloody
this is the one where it's neither of them, but you...
Hell, he probably killed his wife.
I could be thinking of another one. There is definitely one where it's
but
definitely...
he's not an immediate danger to anyone else.
Well, you have no
Rooney's a threat
solid case
to
for
every
either
kid
of them.
at Belmont.
He's a peeper, Rusty.
But
We could pick him up for
you
something
to
else.
collar one of
Really
them.
want to run that risk?
And I think it might be this one,
In
actually.
any Central unit, a 211 is shots fired, 410 South Flower Street.
Okay, is that the one that's far away? Oh, fuck it, we'll go for that one. That one's not too bad.
3 identify.
It might be the next one. I don't know, there's definitely one I'm thinking of. Where it turns out you've got no real solid evidence that neither of them did it, but it's best to get rid of one of them. I think it could be this one. Because I think the guidebook, or one of the guides said, oh, what is it, it doesn't matter who you charge, but always best to charge the kiddie fiddler or something, is what they said in the guide. One of the guys, I don't know if it was in the guidebook, but they said, oh, it's rather you charge the kiddie fiddler, because obviously it's worse.
410 South Flower Street.
I could be wrong. Anyway, let's shoot some people.
Tables have turned now, haven't they, boys?
I gotta get it, I'm gonna fucking shoot
look,
you.
man, we're sorry. Just quit shooting. The hell I will. I'm getting pretty tired of losing my weekly take to you punks.
Oh, don't you like extortion, my good man?
You ain't gonna last long in a tin shack.
Oh, I see. Sneaking underground, eh? Coming to lose me in the underground. In the seedy underbelly of L.A. The dirty... Ah!
Damn them, this is a $30 suit.
Find some cover!
Come on, you stupid gavone! Oh, for God's sake. This could get nasty! Boom. Oh! That could have got nasty if I'd moved one step to the right. I think they can get hit by those as well.
This is car 11K. Shots fired at South Flower Street, Scott's Garage. It's code 4 here, but suspect is down. I need an ambulance and coroner.
Shoot them in the head, kind of needs a coroner at least.
All units, 11K reports code 4 on the shooting at 410 South
Same
Flower Street,
car.
Scott's Garage, code 4.
Yeah, apparently our cars appeared there. That's weird. Come on, out of the way! Stupid assholes! I mean, when I get around to playing the Mafia game, you'll definitely get a oh, you go home. Hell, I think I don't even have to do anything. I think I'll be in the frigging game itself. I mean, you know what this has got me wanting to do? It's making me want to play the Godfather game again. I'll have to try and pick it up at some point. Because while it was tedious, it was still quite fun to do. You ass
Slow and
bag.
steady, come on!
It was quite fun to do. Where the entire objective was you had to extort every single business in the districts of New York. And I need to play. I've not played the second one. I need to play the second one. Obviously, they never made a part 3, I think A, because the second one didn't sell as well, and B, not me. Oh, where is that? Fine.
391 Broadway, Mallory's Cafe, 391 Broadway. Unit to handle code 3, identify.
Yeah, I remember those ones. I think everyone more remembers the first one because it had obviously it's the original. You can't get nothing wrong with the original. I remember when that game came out, when I was learning about Prohibition in the 20s and 30s, and I was like, oh! I'd never seen the film until then, and then I watched it and kind of went, okay, so it's set in the 40s, so it's not quite the same time period, but it's the same idea of mafiosos and things. I think it's like most. What was it? It was like they managed to get like one thing recorded by Marlon Brando before he died.
No way I'm going down without a fight.
Or something like that. It was like most of it's just an impersonator. He does a decent impersonation of him.
Fuck you too.
God damn it, get out. Put your hands in the air.
Like I just don't care.
He's hiding in the alley.
Give it up, LAPD.
Now Cole, it's goddamn corner.
Don't make me chase you.
I'm a climbing.
How long are you gonna keep this up?
He's gonna take a hostage, isn't he? I'm gonna have to shoot him in the face. So he was firing all those shots and barely only hit me twice. I shot him once and hit him once. Sometimes I'm good. Sometimes I'm absolute shit.
This is Car 11 King. Advise all units that the 211 from Mallory's Cafe is code 4, KGPL.
Roger, 11K. All units, 211 from Mallory's Cafe is code 4. Repeat, code 4.
His brains are all over the walls. Maybe. I mean, Jesus, I've seen the photos of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Jesus. Again, part of this whole learning about the 20s, it wasn't like I thought them out. It was the case of, yeah, no, they showed us the imagery. Not all of it, just like a couple of them, and it's just like, fuck. Just ugh. Mind you, I also have seen the, like I say, the Ripper things, so. Oh god, yeah.
Phelps, Rusty, thanks for coming.
Can you blood type the shoes that we bagged and see if they're a match?
Sure. It'll all be in the report, but I'm assuming you want the details now?
Please. Cause of death is strangulation?
Correct. Take a look at the samples on the bench.
Side, but okay. I believe it's this one.
What are the normal uses for that kind of rope?
On boats, mooring lines.
Correct. Although Ray says that they're sometimes used as bell ropes in churches.
No, that. So I think, yeah, it is the bottom one. Definitely not.
So are we looking for a sailor or a minister?
Well, in my experience, sailors seem to have the greater libido.
Was Mrs. Muller criminally
I
attacked?
never know. Ministers can
No
lose control of
external or
themselves.
internal traces of semen.
Thanks, Mal. Anything else comes up, you let us know.
There is no time to be walking through the... Oh no, we need to... Yeah, turn around, we've got some shit to look at.
The shoe prints?
Size 8s. Very similar to the impressions from the Henry case.
Now, who do we remember got caught in bloody size 8s? I think we have our bird.
Just keep tapping.
We've got to nail this guy.
Okay, if you're finished jawing, we need to get moving.
You must get business around here if they keep coming by almost every fucking day. Wonder occasionally I've seen them, kind of gone, maybe, but not today.
Not exactly the happiest
Forever,
of
I
places,
can't
the coroner's office.
Carruthers is a good man, professional, diligent. If you're working with a pro, it's easy to overlook the grim realities of a place like that.
Funny job, that. The coroners.
How so?
You don't want them enjoying their work too much. The wrong kind of man can get awfully lonely rattling around a joint full of corpses.
Rusty, that's like something out of the pulps.
You've been reading the same ones as me?
I thought you were usually too drunk to get through a magazine.
You know, if I close one eye and squint, you can just about make out the print.
11825, code 6.
I'm thinking it is
You
this
better
one,
not go
actually.
soft on me in here, Phelps.
We'll work the evidence, Rusty. Let him do the rest. Are they ready?
Bowler's in 2 and the pervert's in 1. Get in there and get a conviction.
Right, 2, so let's go. We've got to get him first.
I want to make homicide. I mean, you know you've made it if you got that desk.
Here's where we stand, Hugo. Your next-door neighbor heard screaming coming from your house. You were burning your blood-stained shoes. You have no one who can confirm your whereabouts last night. Your daughter says you're a violent man. We have everything we need to send you to death row, and all you have to say for yourself is, I didn't do it.
I swear I didn't kill her. Give me that lie test. I can prove it.
Why did you burn your shoes, Hugo?
Because I knew you'd never believe me.
Believe what?
It's rabbit's blood. A guy at work brought him in and I helped him skin them.
Yeah, but we checked... Idiot.
Do you know anything about ropes, Hugo?
As much as the next man. I was a scout. I learned some more in the Army.
You learned to strangle with the rope in the Army?
With rope, with my bare hands, but mainly with wire. I learned a lot of things in the Army, but I still didn't kill my wife.
For argument's sake, what type of rope would you use?
If I had to, I would use a triple braid. Less flex, easier to control.
Your wife was beaten with a tire iron, Hugo. An appropriate choice of tool for a mechanic.
I know nothing about any tire iron.
You're lying, Hugo. You're gonna have to come clean on this.
You got no proof.
You go shit. I think about it though.
Your wife drove a Chevrolet, Hugo. What make of car do you drive?
A Chrysler Airflow.
So I guess that explains why the tire iron that killed your wife came from a Chrysler. We found your wife's car. Someone parked it at the school late last night. Do you have anything to say about that?
It wasn't me.
Where do you keep your work clothes?
I keep them at work in my locker.
Enough lies, Hugo. Your overalls put you at the scene of the crime last night.
My overalls are in the laundry of my house.
Then what were these ones doing in the fucking car, mate?
Green overalls, bloodstained, with the initials HM found in the trunk of your wife's car.
They can't be mine.
Why, Hugo? Because if they were yours, they'd be in the incinerator too?
Oh, even the... Alright, okay, so I have been looking at walkthroughs for this. Mainly because I just don't want to... I don't know, it's more I've played it enough times that I feel if I get anything wrong... I nearly did it with Sherlock Holmes, to be fair. I was tempted to do that with Sherlock Holmes, and I probably will in the end, but at the moment, it just keeps the game flowing or without having to cock it up. Because I'd cock it up all the time.
Captain, we were on our way to interview Eli.
But the walkthrough here even says, charge Eli with it.
This particular fiend is an old acquaintance. I have tried to reaffirm his belief in a wrathful and terrible God. Whichever way it goes.
So this is the one I was thinking of, where you can charge either one, and they say best to charge the paedophile.
You look like you've had it rough.
You see me asking for your sympathy, boy?
You down on your luck, Eli?
I had worse. My family ate roadkill during the Dust Bowl.
But you have a job. A parolee has to have a job, correct?
I had me a job down in San Pedro. I'm looking for something new.
This place you worked have a name?
Hennessy Marine. You can't misplace big yellow letters HM out front.
They give you any workwear, Eli?
Sure. Green coverall. Dang thing was hot. Felt like I was back in the pen wearing it.
You ever tie up any of your victims, Eli?
It's not a nice thing to go calling them.
What would you call them?
I can't say.
Specimens,
I learned a long time ago not to go talking about the things I like. Talking about it just seems to get people's dander up.
Answer the goddamn question.
But you blatantly said it in front of my face, you little fuck.
I mean? Short answer is yes.
You have any preference regarding rope, Eli?
I know a good rope from a bad rope, if that's what you mean. That's not what you mean, is it? Any old rope will do me fine.
Farm boy like you, Eli, must prefer McGay for roping. Am I right?
I prefer braid, tie, hitch, and braid. It stays tied.
You killed Mrs. Muller and stole her jewelry.
That ain't so. I ain't done nothing like that.
You have no job and nowhere to live by the smell of things. And you need money. You've been in trouble before, Eli. Who do you think a jury will believe?
I've been in trouble for other things, but I ain't never killed no one.
What was it first?
I saw that car coming to the parking lot late last night. Man got changed there and put his coveralls in the trunk. I saw him drop the butterfly in the lamplight, and he strolled out, cool as you like. And I went over and I picked it up.
What size boot do you wear, Eli?
Kind of like anything I can get my hands
I mean, even
on.
again, the walkthrough says even if he didn't do it,
I'm wearing
you're still doing the world a favour getting him off the street.
You're maybe 5'5", 5'6" tops. And you wear size 11s? I don't think so, Eli.
That might be on the large side. Maybe 10s.
Maybe 8s.
Now that I come to think of it.
Why punish children with your iniquity, Eli?
Do you think I was never punished?
You must know what you're doing is evil.
Well, son, nobody's perfect.
Eli Rooney, I'm charging you with the first-degree murder of Deirdre Muller.
You want to put me back in the stir that badly, boy? You go ahead and try. I'll beat that rap. I ain't a killer.
Even though all the evidence points to the husband doing it.
Phelps, Galloway, congratulations are at hand. Drink, boys? I think you'll receive a commendation for this one, gentlemen. In the meantime, I'll speak to the DA about expediting the passage of the case. We need swift and merciless justice for poor Deirdre.
All of the beginning of this next one. Eli may be safely behind bars, and the DA is happy. Let me just see what it says. But this is LA, and the murders aren't going to stop. Because yeah, literally, I think the murder desk, it's all the same killer. Oh shit, they're real.
We captured 2 regular army. Lieutenant! Belt, we've been over this. That sniper barely missed you back on the beach. Until the mission is over, there'll be no more saluting or signs of rank.
I'm in charge here, Medier!
Do you wish to interrogate the prisoners?
Yeah, because didn't he realise that they'll shoot him?
Why they look so sullen. They're wondering why we haven't killed them yet. There is no greater shame than being taken prisoner.
Get this, Golden Boy actually seems to know what he's doing.
Oh, the fact that he knows Japanese
He
is
slapped that Jap right upside the head.
It was merely to remind him of his place. His shame was the tone of voice that he used with a superior. I respect the Japanese, Corporal.
Respect, we're here to kill the sons of bitches.
Do you know why we are fighting the Japanese, Private?
With respect, sir, these bastards attacked Pearl Harbor.
And why did they attack Pearl, Private?
Because they hate the US of A and our way of life.
They attacked the US because we cut off their oil. What would we do if another country denied us the gas to run our cars?
I see your point, Phelps, but you're still not quite getting it. They also were invading other countries and doing unspeakable things in those countries.
Phelps, I was just discussing with Finbar here how well you were doing.
Like again, I refer to Lawrence Rees's Their Darkest Hour.
Yeah, my
where
real
he
name.
has an interview with someone who was involved. I think it's the rape of
You
Nanking.
boys have a new case.
He was at least involved
A poor
in
Hispanic
like
woman murdered near City
mass
Hall and left
people
lying naked
being
in an
executed in
alleyway.
mass graves. I think he was a rapist.
Another
as well.
naked woman, sir?
Yes.
Of course,
He seemed
he
to have had quite a
I don't
run
know.
since the
It's been
Dodgers
so
being
long
first
since I've
struck.
read it, but it's the one story I always
trying
remember.
to
That
hint that
one.
he thinks the men.
And I think he kind of said he doesn't make
Well, young
excuses,
folks,
but he
you
kind
win
of says
some
that
and you lose some in
they all thought it was fine and things like
Happy
that.
with the Mueller case, sir?
Over the moon, boys!
I think I don't know. I need to reread it. I'm not sure if he ever experienced any remorse.
The witness and the lack of an alibi. Now, get out there and catch me another sinner.
It's not a book for everyone. If you're not into this really bad shit and reading some really disgusting opinions, then it's not for you. Because obviously there's one chapter, which again I'll probably mention, there's one chapter that's about Holocaust denier, and he still vehemently believes it didn't happen, despite the fact they have all the evidence. And they were presenting him with it, and he just went, nope. I have to read that again. It's a really good book. But no, I can... on the one level, I agree with Phelps a little,
have the address?
a little bit.
The alley off Aliso between Los Angeles and Alameda.
That was one of the reasons why they did it
opposite
Pearl Harbor, was
Central
because we cut off their oil supply.
Most guys would kill to land a case so close to their desk.
Yeah. It means they can pop
But
in to
then,
hit
like
the
I
office
say,
supply
I don't know.
of whenever they need
Again,
it.
to bring in another
No,
thing
that
I've
ain't a
watched,
bad idea.
there's a series.
That is not a
I need to watch
bad
it
idea at all,
again.
though.
It's been quite a while. There was a series of DVDs called Unsolved Mysteries of World War II. And one of their episodes, I don't think it was ever on TV. It looked like it was. It would have been on TV, but there's the one episode they talk about where it talks about what was it? It was like the whole was Hitler trying to get the Japan. Well, they have. I think that we know that he tried to get them involved in his war in Europe because he wanted an army to deal with the Russians, basically.
That alleyway leads to
And
the rear
Japanese
of the
were
building,
like,
sir.
No.
Someone's gonna have to climb up and take him down.
Good
And I think it was like
Don't let him
I
get
don't
a
know
beat
what
on
was
you
it.
like
It was
I
something
did.
like did their attack on the US prompt him to declare war because he thought he'd make an ally of the Japanese. And I think some of them have like what am I thinking of? I don't know. I need to watch it again to just to make sure I'm correct. But I'm pretty sure there was something. It says something like they've got evidence that they were trying to negotiate with the Japanese to get them involved in the war, and they were just like, "Oh yes, thanks for all the stuff you're giving us, but we ain't fucking doing that."
You like killing cops?
Won't help console the
Or I think it was something like
these guys are done.
I don't know. I think what was it? It was, I could be completely wrong, so feel free to correct me, and I'll happily accept that because I could be completely wrong on this, or misquoting or whatever. But I think they said something like, as long as you're not going to interfere with our war in Asia, and we're not going to give up any of the territory we've captured, we may help you, and they just never did it. I don't think they did. I don't know. There was the whole thing of did Hitler basically sort of coerce them to attack Pearl Harbor. I think that's what the mystery's supposed to be. It's an alright series. It's got a few interesting ones, like there's the one about Himmler's castle in Germany that was all full of, you know, Arthurian and Norse bollocks. The one that I particularly... Oh, there's two actually I particularly remember. One's about the death of Geli Raubal, who was his niece, who they say he might have had incestuous feelings for, and drew pictures of, naked ones. So, yes, he was fucked up. And then the other one is... oh no, there's a couple actually. It's a really good series. But the other one I remember, because it's on the same DVD as this one, is the one about Hitler, and they're mostly all about Hitler. That's the thing. That I think there's only a couple that... In fact, it might just be the one that's about something that's not Hitler related. The rest of them are all about Hitler or the Nazis. But yeah, this one's about Hitler and his drug addiction. Why did his doctor intentionally poison him, or was his doctor an idiot basically? Because obviously what was it the very end of the episode he says, here is the last known footage taken of Hitler before he committed suicide, and if you look at him, he looks. I think it's like you can see the telltale signs of Parkinson's
Detectives,
disease and things
they're
like that.
ready to start the show.
Basically,
I'll
the
take
kind
you
of
through.
It was like did his so-called physician, who was a quack apparently, because he just beefed him up with all these drugs. Was it the case of did Hitler generally think that?
Oh, for Christ's
Did he
sake.
generally think that what he was doing was correct, or was he
Baker.
just an addict?
Cause of death is pretty apparent. We thought we'd best wait for you. When you're ready.
It's a good series. They're called the Unsolved Mysteries of World War II.
Only 21 years old. But why the library card? Did he want us to find it?
Kiss the blood, BD. Another wedding ring torn from the finger. No skin under the fingernails.
Yeah, just the next now.
The lacerations on the neck would indicate a great deal of force.
Did you just see the spurt that came out?
The evidence in the Mueller case was solid. I'm not convinced about Mendez.
The best way to get away with murder is to pin it on somebody else. I'll bet a month's salary this is a copycat.
Strangled, battered, naked.
Yeah. We know the M.O. So does every jerk who kills his wife and girlfriend looking for a way out. I've spoken to Brown. He still believes the Dahlia perp has medical experience.
4 women,
God, back
all
into the
murdered,
Ripper then.
all put on display, all with messages.
Mueller had no message. Look, Phelps, this is getting us nowhere.
Anything for us to go on, Mal?
Head injuries from contact with road, bruising from a small man's shoe, further blunt force trauma to the occipital region at the base of the skull. Could have been fatal, but clear signs of strangulation would seem to rule it out.
Lipstick appears to be a similar color to the other cases. I'll see if I can nail down a brand.
If she took a blow to the head like the others, she was probably unconscious when strangled.
Hey, where's that other one? Is he gonna stick it there? I mean, give them that. At least they animated it. Considering I mean, considering all the stuff we've heard about, we
may as well follow the trail.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Antonia. Huh, same as the library card. Proximity to the scene, plus the bloodstains. No way is this coincidence.
He's getting bolder.
We kept the area pristine for you boys. Let's check it out.
House keys strung up like bait on a hook. You think he's trying to lead us somewhere?
Probably all the way to City Hall, that brazen son of a bitch.
That's got to be a code or a cipher.
I can't think which one. I don't know if this is the last one, if there's another one after that.
Empty. Where is all of this meant to be taking us? He clearly wants us to find these things. He's left them for us.
There you go, Phelps. You got a new M.O. I told you it was like that.
Or he might just be getting more confident.
Yep, again, look at Jack Ripper.
Enameled and gold-plated. This was precious to her. The trail points up. Pulled from the finger and hung up here. What's the significance? son of a bitch wants her identified. Mrs. Antonia Maldonado, 712 North Hill Street, downtown.
See, that implies we've missed something because it's not stopped.
Where are you taking us? Looks as though the killer was decorating with this.
I think we had to find each of the individual sections because I know there's right. I'm looking at the guide and it did say paintbrush. It's because we found the key piece of evidence, but every little bit helps. Plus, you get marked on how many clues you found. So I might need to look at the other. Rarely have never seen that animation actually going down. Let's have a look. Right, so the hat, the shoe, that's personal effects, house key, dark pattern note. I might double check the. He's gonna go back upstairs. Actually,
Just when I think I've seen it all.
sometimes the things I found with this game is sometimes you can find everything, but the music doesn't stop. I'm just being thorough. For once I've actually been slowed down. It's accepted that then. Just gonna double check everything else. I don't know, I think I have heard this is the one case that sometimes does this. Where you find everything, but it's like... Yep, I'm just going to leave it then. Oh well, if it says I've fucked it up, I've fucked it up. Even though I haven't. I don't know why he followed me, Rusty. There's no point. Ooh. Do 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 do. It might be the next one where we get the finale, I don't know. Well, finale for this desk, obviously we've got 2 more to go, and then the actual finale. I think even then's like 2 or 3 cases. Occasionally that's what I feel like it's going to go into. Respond. There we go. I hate when it does that. Just like. Hello.
Wait just a moment.
1.
I'm sorry. Can I help you?
LAPD, ma'am. Detective Phelps and Galloway. Does Mrs. Maldonado live here?
Yes, she does. I'm Mrs. Barbara LaPente, the owner of this boarding house. Is there a problem?
I'm afraid so, ma'am.
Pretty sure she's
Mind
played
if we come
someone.
in? Is there someone
Literally,
we
I
can discuss
don't
this?
know if it's just me, but I'm just seeing a lot of
Follow me
repeated
through to the
faces.
parlor.
I never noticed it until now.
Swap your feet as you come in, detectives. It's this way.
It's Parker didn't rightly think about.
Mrs. Maldonado was found dead this morning.
Dead? Oh, no. She can't be.
I'm afraid she was murdered, ma'am. We need to take a look at her things.
I can't believe it. A person seems so alive, and then they're gone.
Yeah?
Antonia's room is upstairs, last door on the left.
Thank you. We'll be back shortly.
Excuse us a moment, ma'am. What are we waiting for?
What? It's upstairs, last one on the left, you prick. Going where you want me to go. Fucking. Ooh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. He's been trashed.
A smashed window explains why the place looks tossed. charm bracelet wasn't among the crime scene evidence. Okay, we have an address.
Divorce notice.
We have some questions, ma'am, if you're up to it.
Yes, Detective. I'll do my best.
Just gonna bear with. Oh, you can hear that. It's like a buzzing sound. I don't know where it's coming from. I'll look it up after we're done here.
Do you have any idea who might have wanted to hurt Mrs. Maldonado?
That rat of her husband, Angel. She was serving him divorce papers.
If I killed every wife to serve me papers, I'd be a mass murderer.
Are you being flippant, young man?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about Angel Maldonado?
She married him when she was 17. He was cruel to her, very cruel. She was a good girl, little on the religious side, but a good girl.
Anyway. There was like something else going on. Anyway.
What time did Antonia go out yesterday?
She left around 9.
Do you know where she went?
No, I have no idea. She was a good girl, but she didn't confide in me.
A nosy old hag like you knows everything about the people who live under her roof. Where did she go?
I think she went to a bar. She's been drinking quite a lot lately.
This bar have a name?
El Dorado Bar. It's a Latino place on North Los Angeles Street.
That's only a couple of blocks from where we found the body.
You've had a break-in?
No. That can't be true.
Why, no one will break into my establishment.
You're being economical with the truth, Mrs. Lepenti. What do you have to hide?
I have no idea what you are talking about.
You bitch.
So Antonia lost her keys and used an iron bar to jimmy the back window?
I heard a noise in the early hours of the morning. I thought it might be a raccoon at the milk bottles. It'd be very bad for business if this news got out. I have a reputation to protect.
You bitch.
Antonia and her husband were estranged?
Yes. She moved here after she separated from her husband 2 months ago.
But Antonia still wore a wedding ring?
She wore the wedding ring and a necklace. She always wore a religious necklace. That's about all of her jewelry.
What about her bracelet?
I don't know anything about a bracelet.
I'm fucking seen her.
In her wedding photo, she's displaying a charm bracelet.
That thing? She never wore it. He gave it to her. She always kept it in that wooden jewelry box.
Thanks, ma'am.
So
You've
you
been very
know-
helpful.
Pay a call to that
If you knew what
husband
box she
of hers.
kept it in, then you know she had one. And yet you just said that's all of her
We can either front Angel, seeing as the finger's pointing right at him, or we can check out the El Dorado one.
Officer Houston, 103
A nosy old hag? Ah! And I thought I was coming on strong with the ex-wives line.
Sometimes you have to be firm to get the information you need.
God damn it, ain't that the truth?
You don't think it's strange that all these murders are happening to girls who've been out drinking?
No. A broad drinks, she gets a bit tight, she starts mouthing off. This leads to that, and she ends up in an alleyway. It's a sad story, but this town's seen it play out 1,000 times, Cole.
Why don't you want to see a connection here?
Because there are perfectly good real-life suspects for every one of these murders. We don't need to go looking for the monster under the bed.
Think there's anything to the divorce angle?
I've been through 3, Phelps. No big deal. After a while, you just numb yourself to the experience.
But Angel, he's a young Latino man. It would hurt his sense of who he is. He'd see himself as a failure. A woman taking control over his life?
Okay, that's...
Then she fronts him and he snaps. Works for me. That makes Angel a killer as well as a piece of shit.
Isn't that Denethor? Okay, well oh god, what's his name? I can remember his characters, never remember his actual name.
LAPD. Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Diego Aguilar. How can I help?
You worked the bar last night?
Yeah,
John Noble, that's his
being a
name.
temp guy from the agency.
Did you have a woman in here
I
last
always,
night?
whenever I need to
21
think
years
about
old,
him, I always end up
drinking
remembering,
heavily?
like...
We have a lot of ladies like that in here. But yeah, I know who you mean.
I always remember his,
Antonia Maldonado. So what did she do?
She was murdered
his
last
character's name, and it's either Denethor or Walter Bishop.
Shit.
Do you know her
I
well?
just keep
Is she
forgetting who he
regular?
is, because I really like his stuff. I
Hell
love him
no.
in things.
She was good and tight last night, complaining about her old man. It's a story you get used to.
I didn't mind him in
working
Sleepy
bar.
Hollow, to be fair.
She was so hammered last night, she left a letter on the bar. I'll show you.
My eggs were runny.
Divorce papers. Did you open them?
No need to. She was shouting about it and waving the letter around. Said she was going to show him.
Cruelty. Oh, okay, he's a twat then.
Can you remember what jewelry she was wearing?
She had a necklace. Some kind of religious thing, I think. The temp guy would have more of an idea. She took the beer he served her and cried into it all night.
What time did she leave?
Can't say for sure.
Where did she go? Give me something or the LAPD will start getting interested in this place.
Take it easy. She wanted a cab, okay? And my phone was out of order. The closest one I knew was at the fruit market across the street, so I suggested she try there. She seemed reluctant.
Did Antonia say where she was going when she left?
She said she was going to serve the papers on the husband. Said that would take the smile off his face. If you ask me, she was scared. And the drink was for Dutch courage.
She attract any interest?
An extremely drunk young woman? What do you think? She managed to scare them off, though.
Thanks. You've been a big help.
No problem. Hey, get the guy, will you?
We'll do our best. One last question. What size shoe do you take, Mr. Aguilar?
A broad 9. I have wide feet.
Good to know. Just sending message. There we go. Right, let's leave via the back way, apparently.
So, how's your tuna fish salad?
Sir, do you work here?
Sorry, pal, just making deliveries.
From where?
Just Pig Fruit Market across the street.
A fruit market delivers here?
Yeah, sure does. The Mexicans love a little slice with their tequila.
Fine, thanks.
I think he's a suspect in... I don't know if it's this one. was gonna say, how the hell, if he'd been in the car at that point, like, how the hell did you get there? Oh, he is, yeah, okay.
How about we drop in on the husband instead? See if your gut is right.
I'll take a bar over a husband every day of the week.
Ooh, taxi, fuck.
Gently.
Stupid. Stupid.
Maldonado is in apartment 304.
Phelps, this could turn ugly. Forget about knocking. Let's take our boy by surprise.
Hey, what the fuck?
LAPD, motherfucker, you're under arrest.
Oh, what is going on?
Don't make me hurt.
Now look. Ah, you bitch. That's my hat, you fuck. Douche. Oh, cheers.
Damn. They got some decent shots in there. Cuff these sons of bitches, Phelps.
LAPD, you two are under arrest. Call for some backup, Finbar.
Galloway, badge number 564. I need a prowl car at the apartment building 330 North Hill Street. 2 suspects need transporting to Central.
Your wife has been murdered, Angel.
Antonia? Oh, God, no.
Where were you last night, Angel?
I was here with my brother the whole night, goddammit! You think I'd kill my own wife?
We should get the whole place a going over, then talk to the neighbors.
I was gonna say the hat just
Phelps,
appears.
I don't care that you just got smacked in the head. You don't call me Finbar.
Right, so
Just picked fruit market. I wonder if Angel gets all his groceries from this place.
The El Dorado must be a family favorite.
This will take some explaining.
Maybe one of the neighbors took notice of Angel's movements. He's got no alibi. He's toast. No good. Nobody here.
Sorry about that. I'm playing with my kids.
LAPD, were you here last night?
Yeah. My wife and I are separated, and I had the kids last night. I put them to bed early and went to bed myself.
Thanks.
There's a little joke.
Hello?
LAPD, ma'am.
Hi.
Did you hear a disturbance last night?
Yes. Yes, I did. Mrs. Maldonado lit out of here, and her husband ran out after her.
You saw this, Miss?
Aranda. I had the door open a crack.
Did you see Mr. Maldonado come back inside after he ran out?
No. I didn't.
Thanks. We'll be in touch.
I kept thinking you were going to call that one a nosy old hag too, Phelps. Well-executed restraint.
I'm executing restraint right now, Finbar. Operator, give me R&I.
Putting you through now.
God, it's so obvious that it's the same
Phelps,
voice each
that's
time.
1247.
As in the same
How
soundbite.
can I help, Detective?
Messages, please.
Message from Captain Donnelly, Detective. Your presence is requested urgently at Central Station. A new letter from the Dahlia killer has been found.
Thanks for your help.
That's not what I want. Is it suggesting that because I'm already there? Yeah, the music stopped, didn't it? So yeah, we don't need anything else. It might cross out when I leave the building itself. Pardon me. Let's go downstairs. What's going on? We'll break out the door. I'm not sure if many of the cars actually are different. There's a few that are. Like, there's a few that get speedier than others. But most of them aren't really that different. Come on now. No, that's not what I wanted. I instinctively often.
I thought the letter was from a nut.
Answer messages and then go straight into YouTube.
Letters?
So I usually watch
Brown
this.
and handsome.
Currently watching a
Yeah.
manga analysis of Berserk because I love
Now we
Berserk.
sent another.
You know, I really hate this fuck. This Black Dahlia guy. You seen the body? Fucking case just gnaws away at your guts. Hollywood. Every prom queen from every fucking hick town in America turns up here. Where do they end up? Gutted on the fucking sidewalk.
I can see his point. See, that kind of shows he's not a complete total arsehole.
The captain is waiting for you downstairs with Pinker.
You didn't pick your hat up, mate. Oh, what you doing? You can't go anywhere in the 1940s without a hat on. It's like against the law or something. Well, wearing a suit without a hat anyway, it's like, oh! Determined to get in there before I do, is that it?
Boys, come on in. Phelps, have you met Finis Brown?
Pleased to meet you, sir.
This information is confidential and doesn't leave this room.
The new letter was left in the back seat of a cab. The driver thinks it was put through the window and not left by a customer.
We're checking all this fares back 24 hours regardless.
Good.
Like the previous letters, it's been assembled from headlines and typed from the Times and Examiner, then glued to an envelope.
What is the other note?
This one? That's also new. A poem, hand-typed.
Do you mind if I take a look?
Go ahead. We've been over both documents pretty carefully. They've been wiped with gasoline, so there's no chance of prints.
That's the message from the Celine Henry case. Heap upon thy soul by virtue of this curse.
That's why we called you in.
Do you think it's original?
Not unless he's a genius.
You like this nutjob's poem?
No, I like Shelley. It was written at least 100 years ago.
Shelley? Sure, I knew that.
You see, Finnis? I told you this lad was a bright boy.
Sure, but what does it got to do with the case?
Prometheus Unbound. Prometheus was a titan, a superhuman character who defied the gods to bring fire to humanity.
The Dahlia guy believes he's Superman.
Your guess is as good as mine. One thing for sure is that he's
Wasn't
educated.
Prometheus
What about the link
Unbound
to the Henry case?
He could have
another
got
name
the word
Frankenstein?
from the papers. As you said, he is fiendishly clever and takes pleasure in taunting us. What's happening with the Maldonado case?
We have the husband in custody. We haven't interviewed him yet.
Well, upstairs then, lads, and see if we can break him.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up to a 45. I want to stop him.
Hey, fuck you, asshole.
So where is he?
I put him down with my sack.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Improved your attitude, Angel?
What do you want me to say? I was with Antonia the night she died, but she left the apartment, and that was the last time I saw her.
So your wife paid you a visit last night. What time was that?
Late, around midnight, maybe? She didn't stay long.
You're lying, Angel. You went after her. I think you killed her.
You're out of your mind. My brother will tell you I was at home.
We have a witness who confirms that you were arguing, that your wife ran out, that you followed her, and didn't come back.
I know this looks bad, but it's not true. We argued, all right, but she went out, and I went out after her, and she jumped in a car on the corner.
There was a car waiting for her? Can you describe the driver?
Not the driver. It was too dark. But the car, it was a brown Ford Coupe.
Okay.
When we found your wife, her jewelry had been removed. Was she wearing her religious medallion last night?
Sure. She always wore that.
What about the charm bracelet? Was she wearing that?
You know about that? She never wore it. She didn't like the message. She kept it locked up in that box of hers.
I suppose you saw it as kind of manacles, I suppose.
You and your wife weren't getting along. She was divorcing you. Is that why you killed her?
We fought, yeah, but we weren't getting a divorce.
I don't believe you, Angel. She'd been granted a decree nisi. She pushed you too far, and you lashed out.
I told you. I wouldn't accept a divorce.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You kind of have to eventually.
The judge had set a date. You were
US.
going to be paraded in front of the whole city for your cruelty to her, Angel.
It's kind of like if it's still in effect, they have to agree with it. They have no choice.
She came in drunk, out of her mind. She doesn't normally drink. She was looking around in her bag. Said she wanted to serve me papers. Me, her own husband. So I slapped her down. She ran out. That's the truth.
What size shoe
yeah,
do you
how
wear?
dare she fucking...
Size 8. What difference does that make?
How dare she serve
Your
you
wife
papers?
has been brutally murdered. So how do you explain your shirt being covered in blood?
You found that? I cut myself shaving.
No! With the amount of blood in your shirt,
Angel,
no!
I'm not going to waste any more time on this. Give me something, or I'm going to have you charged.
I've cut myself shaving. There is no fucking way that much blood gets all over. Unless you unless you literally wipe it all over yourself.
We got into it.
Keep talking.
She said she came from the El Dorado bar.
Even then, it's not a lot.
It's not one of my places. We used to buy fruit at the market down the street. But the creep there was always running his eyes all over my wife.
What's the name of this fruit market?
Just picked fruit. Ord Street downtown.
One last question, Angel. Do the words kiss the blood mean anything to you?
No. Sounds sick to me.
You're not in the clear by any means, Angel. You're going back into a cell. You should think about whether you have anything else you need to share with us.
Yeah. I'm getting to my car, gonna do some more investigation. Nah, I'm not. Oh, apparently there's something else there? What exactly? This could be a complete fucking glitch. No, I found everything apparently. I'll best pop back just in case. Stupid fucking. You probably find it's something that's not actually relevant.
Run, you fucking idiots!
You fucking walked into me, you twat bag. You did. It's like they've got a specified route they have to run around, and they always stick to it. And it's like you end up running into them anyway. Oh well, it'd be a good chance to see what the siren does.
Good looking for policemen.
Again, could just be a glitch. Because this game ain't perfect. I need to sit back down and play Red Dead Redemption 2 actually. Everybody home.
What do you want?
LAPD. We're making some inquiries.
Make it quick. I work nights.
So you weren't home last night?
No, I was at work.
You know nothing about Mrs. Maldonado fighting with her husband?
Those two? They're always screaming the place down.
Thanks.
Oh, for fuck. It was that, wasn't it? Fuck's sake. Oh, because I didn't talk to one person. I thought they were optional. I definitely know the one with the guy with the mask is supposedly optional. For fuck's sake! Oh well, pays to be thorough. Come on now, Rusty, let's get green.
What's your read on Maldonado?
I still like him for it. Seriously, that line about the guy at the fruit market making eyes at his woman? Please. Now, we'll get to the market and the guy behind the counter will tell us he saw Angel drag his old lady off into the night. This case will be shut like all the others.
I doubt it, but you never know. Oh, I've definitely heard one of these songs before, though. I know this was Fallout 3. I think his style of singing was literally that, just like, I'm gonna sing rap shit now, everybody fucking shit. Because I'm thinking of, yo, turn this record over. Oh, what fucking song was it?
A handbag was left.
I think it was about
overlooking the market.
Oh God.
Could have come here from the start and saved ourselves a day's legwork.
Something about smacking and whacking it or something. I don't know. People who play Fallout 3 know what I'm talking about. You turn this record over. You ain't heard nothing yet. Little side boob.
Sir, Wait, you look familiar.
Hey, from the bar, right? What brings you here?
It's
LAPD. Detective Phelps and Galloway.
Clem Feeney. What can I do for you?
Did you happen to see a young woman last night? 21 years old, Hispanic?
Sure, she came by last night. Why do you ask?
She was wearing a necklace?
I didn't notice.
You weren't paying attention, Feeney?
Hey, you're getting the wrong idea.
Exactly how much fruit do you sell here after midnight, Clem?
Look, not much. I sell the odd bottle on the side to the after-hours crowd. Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to make a buck.
The young lady arrived around midnight?
Yeah, something like that. Used the phone for a cab and then left.
You already knew Mrs. Maldonado, didn't you, Clem?
Sure, I met her before. She seemed like a nice lady. Her husband went apeshit one day when he caught me talking to her. She had me back until last night.
Where did she go from here?
She wanted a cab, but I couldn't get her one. I was about to offer to drive her, but a car pulled up and she got into that.
Can you describe the car?
Brown Ford Coupe, I think. She seemed to know the guy.
Some shithead likes a Ford.
Do you mind if we look around?
Why would you want to do that?
Because we say so.
I guess
And you
can.
still haven't picked your hat up and
Don't you
went
have to
back
get a
to the
court
scene,
order or something? I have
idiot.
rights.
Well,
normally the hat teleports onto your head. You shush. Do 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 do. Oh, it's a little speakeasy.
No wonder he stays open late at night. People have to get their vitamins. Check through this stuff.
I mean,
before we
yeah,
go
I
back
need
out
my
there.
vitamins.
Why cut someone who was already dead?
It's a typical power thing. Once the stiff is dead, the creep usually feels they can do whatever they like. They must have seen it during the war.
So what are we hiding in here? This thing needs a combination.
Oh, well, good job I know it. Or remember it. Oh, oh. Oh.
This fruit stall punk gets about 10 seconds to explain before I pull his fucking arms off.
Clem!
Into the cars!
God damn it, get after him, Cole! I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Lost your hat again, Rusty!
We should have grabbed him when we had the chance, Phelps.
When we had the chance, we didn't know he was our guy.
Phelps, you gotta get me closer!
Strange that he'd leave a trail of blood right back to his own market.
Maybe he wanted to be caught. A lot of them do.
It's almost too perfect, isn't it?
There's no such thing as too perfect.
Fucking hell, that's dumb.
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck.
Try being the operative word. You don't seem to be trying very hard.
Hit him, Cole. Spin him out.
I thought you were going for his tire thrusty. Hey, there we go. Alright, ass bag.
You're a sick man, Clem. You need help.
I recommend a general practitioner for your problem. So.
Outstanding job on this case, gentlemen.
I'm not seeing
the
drink
poor
contraband
woman
now, I
rest
know.
in peace. I'll pay the fiend a personal visit myself and remind him that crime in this city does not go unpunished. When they finish with him at the receiving hospital, we'll have him up before the grand jury. I have a meeting this afternoon with the mayor lads. I'll be sure to mention your names. Now, on your way.
I don't want to miss an odd crate of odd fucking Abernathy's finest sweet.
Sarge, why are the guys giving it to the doggies? They're riding in trucks, numbskull, while you're marching.
They look pretty badly beat up.
Yeah, they do it then. Scuttlebutt says it's pretty hard going down south.
We'll find out soon
keep
enough.
doing that.
Recon always leads.
How can we fail? Skip with the Shadow leading the show.
Who the fuck is a shadow?
Lieutenant Phelps, the Shadow of Death.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a quiet fucker, Sarge. Never hear the bastard coming.
Sitting there, field stripping a cigarette, and suddenly he's there looking down on you.
Why do you think we keep saluting that Jap-loving son of a bitch? He's bad juju.
That's enough out of you three. Bad juju? Where were you dragged up? A swamp?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he doesn't know the politics, does he? I get the whole respecting thing, but, you know, keep it to yourself, folks. You're living in a war where everyone's fighting. Well, let's face it, a lot of people fought the Japanese because of Pearl Harbor. I disagree with them all you want, but know full well that they'd kill you for that.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Or at least
and
look
what
down
a
at you
grand
for it.
morning it is too. We have just caused
Fucking raining.
Galloway and Phelps are sending another fiend to San Quentin. A nice showy trial, and he'll be strapped down with gas seeping into his tiny reptile brain.
Oh, what a
Now,
shame.
to fresh business. Galloway and Phelps, the task is at hand. The address is on the hill, north downtown off Fremont Avenue.
Skipper, is the new letter genuine?
Now, boys, we all know how many imbeciles have confessed in the short
swipe
case.
at me. Put him down
Ray
on my
Pinker
saddle.
will let us know in good time.
A fine morning indeed. We keep locking them up, but the bodies keep piling up.
Yeah, Californians love a fad, Phelps. As long as the bricks hold up at San Quentin, there'll always be killers in this town to sing.
I don't want to be rude.
Greetings from sunny California. When's it going to stop?
Try living in the UK, Phelps. It's rainy most of the time, and if not, it's fucking cold. But we've had some lovely sunny days the past, week, and then all of a sudden this morning it was fucking freezing. Got a bit better towards the end of the day, but by then it was like, well, cold.
First the letter, and now another body. Come on, you can't keep on telling me there's not a killer still out there.
You know, Phelps, all these arrests on the record are giving you a reputation. We don't want them turning into other sides.
Getting a vicious killer off the streets is more important than my reputation.
Really?
And besides, landing a big fat marlin is more impressive than an ocean full of minnows.
The minnows maketh the man, Phelps. You can't always hit home runs. Sometimes you just gotta make first base.
Ah, Phelps, you fucking asshole. Let's go solve as a side crime before we solve a murder. Holy crap! We might. I'm solving a crime while in the middle of my prey.
Central Unit, Car 16L reports a possible jumper at 8 and...
Oh, it's this guy again. I thought he had an umbrella then for a second.
So help me God, I'll jump!
It's because obviously we reset the crime and it didn't. I thought it saved each individual crime.
Take the back alley and find a way up there.
Come on, Phelps, let's get moving.
You jumping? Make sure you warn me before you do.
I will! Wait, what?
You think this thing can hold you, Rusty?
I'll bring you down with me, Phelps.
I'll see if I can find it again. There's another game that this Trilby wearing. Is it a Trilby? I don't know my hats. Murdered Soul Suspect. Another like crime sort of game.
No offense, but I don't want you.
Ironically, because I've been looking at this this
What are you trying to do?
Eurogamer article for the walkthrough. I got a thing on my newsfeed saying, "Oh, other games you should like if you've played Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1." This was one of them, and then Murdered Soul Suspect was another one. I'm like, oh, I remember that game. It was bad, but interesting.
I'll come quietly.
So if I can find that, like, I mean, I can find it on disc really
help.
cheap.
Please,
I might just do that.
You gotta get me some help.
You're a danger to yourself and to others.
Let's just sing. It's so sunny. Get the Phelps. Get in the fracking car. You little fucking swallow. Ah, it's the sad music.
Jesus, Phelps!
Don't blame me, blame the fucking brake thing of this fucking car. It's almost as if they've tried to make it realistic, but stupidly so. Out of the way! Every day I'm criminaling.
That guy there will lead us up.
I'm steeling myself for what I'm about to see.
That'll just be another dead body, partner. Get used to seeing them. They're the gig when you work in homicide, Phelps.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine it wouldn't get easy to do, but it's the thing. I mean, like I say, I'm currently studying to be an archaeologist, so looking at bones, and it's funnily, I had a talk about that earlier this week, a lecture, and it's the case of there's a difference between looking at a human body as in a murder, like
Scene is
this,
secure. The rest of
and
the
looking
patrolmen are
at
going door to door, canvassing for witnesses.
someone who died
Thanks.
like hundreds
Keep
of
me
years
informed.
ago, and it is
Will
that
do, detective.
dehumanizing factor.
This looks awfully familiar.
I personally like
I
to,
think that's
yeah,
the
I agree with
impression
that, but
the
at the
boys
same
from
time,
the
I still like
Examiner
to
took with them as
respect
well.
the remains,
Nothing
whether they
original
be,
under the
you know,
sun. Why should murder be any different?
What do
have
we have
skin
so
or not.
far?
And there has
Not
been,
much
there's
trace
one case in
evidence to
particular I
speak
remember
of.
where someone
Storm
did
blew
actually.
around 10 last night, and the rain washed
Yeah,
most of it away.
And the body?
Was it?
Looks
He
like
was
she was tipped out of an
that well
automobile from
preserved
tire
that
tracks and
his
superficial
eyeballs
injuries.
were still intact.
Strangled with a length of rope. And for my money, it's triple braid again.
And this was someone who
Time
was
of
buried.
death.
I think he was
From
buried in a.
temperature,
I think he was
maybe
buried
2
in a
a.m.,
shroud and buried
but
in
it was cold
a
last
lead
night.
coffin as
Usual
well.
head injuries.
He was as airtight
Blunt
as you
force
could
trauma.
be,
Knock him over the
and
head,
he's,
then
as far as I'm
strangle
aware,
and
he's the
mutilate. No
only
message
sort
with
of
this one.
At least she was
example
left
of it. I
cold.
mean, there could be a few more, but that's
I
the only
doubt
one I
very
know
much
about.
he was concerned
And when I
with
saw
the
the
dignity.
photos of his
Good
face,
silk
and it,
dress,
like his
very
face is
distinctive.
still there.
Any sign
Like,
of her
yeah,
own?
it's a bit shrunken and a bit shriveled,
No.
but his
And
eyes
no
are still
handbag or other
there.
personal
His
effects.
fingernails are still there. It's like Jesus. That's as sort of closest to personal as you're gonna get.
There appears to be a dry cleaning label. Superior Laundry Services, F1363.
Another day, another dollar.
No drag marks. The killer was moving around, surveying the scene. Our driver and our killer are most likely one and the same.
Detectives, I've been working the houses across the street and up the block. This lady thinks she has something for us.
Detective Phelps, LAPD.
I'm Mrs. Barton, Catherine Barton. I live just across the way.
Did you see anyone around here last night?
Not last night, but yesterday, early evening, I saw that awful hobo.
Do you have a description?
Tall, gaunt, horribly disfigured. I think he may have had an accident in the war. He's a very scary, angry man.
Any idea where we might find him?
One of the hobo camps around here. He's some kind of hobo leader. They all follow him around.
Thank you, ma'am. You've been a big help.
Of course. Anything I can do to help. I'd hate to think that something so ghastly could happen right here and nothing be done about it.
So ghastly, man. In this fine neighborhood.
Phelps, badge 1247.
That reminds me of like old Tom and Jerry cartoons with the.
I need an address on Superior Laundry Services.
Like.
Just a moment.
I might have mentioned this one before about the whole how they tried to change it and they switched. So in the old cartoons I used to know,
Can you track down reports of
it was
hobo
always
camps in the
a
vicinity of Signal Hill?
stereotypical black woman. Like you never see the face, but it's the stereotypical. It's racist basically. It's a typical 40s racist depiction of a black person.
Thank you.
Right down to the voice. With the excuse me. Which again, if you watch any cartoons of that time period, you just kind of have to accept it, because that was the norm. It was wrong, and obviously things like the Looney Tunes and stuff have actually admitted, yeah, that's fucking wrong, and it's just time period. It's like when people look at Song of the South and think it's racist, and I'm kind of like, yes, it is. But it was made at a time where people didn't know any better.
No message.
Excuse me?
There was no message.
Where?
On the Vic. Last
Anyway,
bodies had something written on them.
There was one particular episode I remember.
Can't be the
I think they
same
changed it
guys
3 times,
right?
and it's because it's on the current edition of the DVDs of the Tom and Jerry.
There are more factors to consider than the messages.
And it sounds
Rusty.
weird.
This doesn't fit
So
your pattern, Cole.
the
End of
original
conversation.
episode had the episode's about his female owner is invited to a party, and she goes out, and Tom invites his like cat buddies in. They have a cat party basically, and then his owner finds out at some point after the whole stuff with like Jerry and stuff, and Jerry rings them up, and she obviously dashes back home, breaks down the door, kicks them all out, and the end of the episode. Now, in the original version of it I saw, this was VHS in the 90s. I don't know how the VHS was itself. I don't know if I still have it somewhere. It was a white woman with the exact same voice as the stereotypical owner that always has Tom, which is the as I say, the stereotypical black lady. So that sounded weird. Obviously, as a kid, I didn't know much difference in voice. I noticed the similarity, but I wasn't like, oh, that's weird. It was more the case of, okay, just carried on with it. Because, don't know any better, I'm stupid.
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD. We're investigating a case, and one of the labels came up. F1366.
When I wanted to revisit some of that, and I got the DVD that they officially sell for the Tom and Jerry episodes, that episode is on it, and they've obviously redubbed the voice to suit the white person's body, and you can tell they've literally recorded it in 2009 or whatever the DVDs came out, because it sounds a highly different quality than the original. It sounds, and they. And they didn't.
Mrs. T. Townsend, 43
they didn't up
Emerald Street,
the
West
quality of all the other stuff to make it fit. It was just everything else is in the original audio, and then hers is the only voice, and it sounds too clean. And I get it. I wasn't like completely like, oh, why did they do that? I completely understood why, because I've seen the original episode as well when it was the owner, the original owner, and I was like, yeah, fair enough. But it is, I don't know. Like, I like the whole Looney Tunes thing where it kind of they did a DVD box set of the Golden Collection, and it literally opens with Whoopi Goldberg each time.
It's usually correct.
Maybe not each time, but the first disc definitely does.
Can you not
and it's
let
Whoopi
your
Goldberg
assumptions color
basically
your
going,
detective work?
Just you wait.
doing the whole
You're
disclaimer thing.
type,
The thing that
so
Disney do
take
now
your
with their
disposition
movies on Disney Plus, where it's the whole disclaimer of these films were made in a time where this was the social norm. It's not right. It wasn't right then. It's not right now. That sort of bollocks. Oh, it's not bollocks. It actually is true. But you know what I mean. That sort of don't come after us for racism when it's. I don't know. Like I'm very much aware of. I've always been aware of. I'll say always, but sort of ever since I really got into film, it's definitely been a. It's why I was like black and white, because I grew up with Lauren Hardy. And I think even if I watch some of their stuff now, I'd look back at it and go,
my wife went out last night and she hasn't come home.
And then a part of me would go, well, it's
describe
made
your
in the
wife
20s
and what
and
she was
30s,
wearing.
so,
We were out at a friend's place, Bobby Ross's.
It's the case of, I've always accepted
she was
that
kind of dolled up.
things that were made
She
in
had
a
her
different
green
time
silk
period
dress,
would have different
open-toed
things
white
to it.
shoes. Those are
Than,
my favorite shoes.
And we
what
come in,
would be
Mr.
made today.
Tarleton. I'm afraid we
So
have some
essentially, I'm
rather
not
bad
like
news.
cancel it. I'm just like, no, that's the time. It's like if someone tried to cancel
You have someone who can look
Dracula,
after
the
your children,
1930s
Mr.
version.
Tarleton. I've been
for some
trying to
reason.
arrange a sitter. Look, tell me what's happening.
All right, maybe not. It's the people that
I'm
piss
afraid
on
your
black
wife
and white
was
films
murdered
that
last night.
I'm kind of like.
Her body was found
I don't
this
agree with.
morning.
It's
I'm
like
very
the
sorry
people
for
who
your
don't
loss.
think classic Doctor Who's good enough because it's not in colour, or you know, all these black and white films aren't fucking considered films because they're in black and white. I'm just like, that's a very childish way to look at it.
You don't think it's procedure. You see to your girls.
Like, yeah, it'd be great to see some of the stuff in colour. It would be great to see some of it in colour. But then you see some of the... I've seen Laurel and Hardy transfers where people have, like... Oh, God, this was during history as well. It's like, apparently what they did is they'd coloured in... They'd gone through every single cell and they'd coloured it in, like, ink or something. And it looks fucking awful.
Where's Mommy?
Everything's gonna be alright, sweetheart.
Oh, God, that child has... Oh, God, they both have gremlin faces.
What's the
Keep
problem,
them away.
Carlson? Let him search. You got nothing to hide. You want to hear something funny, Carlson? Some bums think filling out a missing persons report actually
I doubt
rules
it.
him out as a suspect.
Need to check if she was a regular. I wonder why the picture was turned down.
Maybe because Mr. Turleson's an asshole. Oh.
If you'd excuse me, ladies. So she went out without her handbag? At least she was spared that particular indignity.
You know, that's why she doesn't got a message.
She'd have to be in quite a state to leave this behind. We could see if Pinker can match the impression to the crime scene. Lars was out in the rain last night.
Where is it?
Looks like a match with the ligature marks. I'll be out of your way momentarily, ladies.
Stop being a weirdo. We're goblins.
For the record, Mr. Tarleton, what is your wife's name?
Teresa.
He looks familiar. I can't think what he's been in.
Do you have any idea why anyone would want to hurt your wife?
No. Everyone loved Teresa. She was so full of life. It can't be anyone who knew her.
I think you're lying, Lars.
He slightly reminds me of
think you were
Tim
mad
Roth,
at your
but his
wife for
face is too
embarrassing
fat.
you in front of your friends. I think you
I
came
don't know
back
whether
here
that's
and
just the
strangled
bad
her
scaling
and then
or not,
dumped
but
her body on the
it's not
hill.
Tim
You
Roth.
think I
It's not Tim
strangled my
Roth.
wife? How do you expect to prove that?
Have I fucked this up?
Looks like I was mistaken.
Well, wait, no. What? Fuck, I have to use intuition. Oh, that's not helped. Fuck.
Your wife was strangled with triple braid rope. The bow line
That's
of your
probably going
boat
to
is
affect
a
my score.
perfect match.
I wasn't paying attention to busy
Look, I
nattering
know
away.
this looks bad. I'm gonna have to come to terms with the fact that I let her go.
Want to?
You said you went to a party at Bobby Ross's place?
I'm trying
That's
to
right, Bobby had
think.
a
I
bunch
want to
of
say
people
again,
over.
Lost.
We were having a good time.
or something
She
like
said
that.
She was bored and decided
He does
to
look familiar. Maybe Band of Brothers, I don't know.
You let your drunk wife leave the party and go off on her own?
Look, I was angry. I was having a good time. She has to go and ruin it. We always have to do what she wants to do. Last night she wanted to go dancing.
Any idea where?
Where she
If
always
it fucks
goes.
up my 5-star rating, I don't
Bar
care.
down in North
I think they
Boulder
allow
Avenue.
you one intuition use.
Baron's bar. She goes there, drinks
I think
too
if you get
much,
it wrong,
gets
they
maudlin,
deduct
and
you.
calls me. I go and bring her home.
Mr. Terrellson, was Teresa happy at home?
Yeah, I think she was.
Spill it, Terrellson. We like the look of you for this, so you better give us something.
We're at the party. She has a few and says she wants to go out dancing. We only have the sitter until 9. I get mad. I tell her to go ahead, but I'm staying. She storms out. Look, I'm doing well at cards. I hardly ever do well. I married her because she was so much fun, but now she drives me fucking crazy.
What time did she leave the party?
About 8:30, maybe a little earlier.
So I'm just bugger. Yeah, I'll have to do this then.
When
I'll
was
just
the
talk.
last time you saw your wife?
Unfortunately, it's in the queue, so I need to make sure I'm
Card game
double checking
Bobby's
the
was
evidence.
wrapping up. I played out my hand and drove home here. I paid the sitter and went to bed.
You're lying, Lars. You didn't come straight home.
Yeah, Lars.
And how do you figure that?
You were out in the rain. You got soaked, Lars. We found your wet weather gear.
Okay, I stayed a little later than I said. This cute little brunette was hitting on me. Teresa noticed. I was half cut. I walked her home from Bobby's, but nothing happened. I walked back and got the car this morning.
Thanks for answering our questions, Mr. Terrellson. You'll need to go downtown to identify your wife's body.
I should have taken her dancing.
In my experience, Mac, if you give in to broads, you'll be giving in to them your entire life. We could break the husband's story right now. Call in, get some uniforms dispatched to check out his alibi.
Where's his phone? Jesus Christ, I'm blind.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
Can you run an address for a Bobby Ross? Then send some uniforms over.
Would you like him picked up?
No. Suspect says he was with Ross last night. We need to confirm the alibi.
I'll get a prowl car dispatched.
Thanks, ma'am.
In my blue suit.
Appreciate your time, sir.
Sorry your wife is dead.
You believe this guy's story?
Kind of rings true.
Driving car down the road. Don't crash it. Says me who nearly crashed. Is that you're gonna wait until I crash and then dob me in?
Everyone's a dog. Gents, drink?
Phelps and Galloway, LAPD.
I'm Benny Clough. This about Teresa Terrellson?
Yes, it is.
I heard about it on the radio. They're saying it was that Black Dahlia freak again? God damn it. Yeah, I rang that husband of hers. The babysitter said he was out.
If you don't mind, we have a few questions.
I'm being very sharp.
What time did Teresa leave?
He does seem like most of the time he
around,
just shouts
10:30,
or
I
bellows to a degree, or just very loud.
On foot? In a car? By bus? How was it?
She called
Again,
for a
considering
cab.
his
Did you get the
character,
number?
it kind of makes sense.
Sure I did. I like Teresa. The only time she has a drink is when things aren't going so good at home. I was worried about her.
Legs were running.
Put out an APB on the cab. 3591. Should be traceable.
She wants a 5-star goddamn wedding.
Who was she with? We've had reports about a tall, gaunt-looking hobo. He wasn't here last night?
I get plenty of bums in here, but nothing to fit that description.
The likelihood is that whoever she left here with killed her. Give it up, Benny.
All right, 2 creeps were all over her, promising to take her dancing.
You get a good look at these guys?
Sure. I got a good look. One of them was a sailor in uniform. His cap said, USS Indiana.
And the other man?
The other guy is Richard Bates. He's sitting in the back right now. Red polo shirt.
Any idea where she was headed?
Nope. I didn't get that.
The husband said she wanted to go dancing.
And she always wants to dance when she's been drinking. She was trying to talk some guys into taking her to one of the dance halls.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Clough. We'll take it from here.
Hey, no problem.
This is Bates.
My face.
LAPD. Don't make me chase you, shitbird.
Ah, shit. I better
Can't
run.
let the son of a bitch get away.
Because it always looks good when you
Phelps,
run,
get
you
after it.
asshole.
Come on.
Oh,
Gotta
you should have
ride.
hit him.
Get in and drive. I thought you were gonna leave me there.
Who knows what this guy will pull when he's cornered? We could have a killer on our hands.
Oh, shit. Yep, this car's good
Come
for
on,
that.
Phelps, you're letting this lust get away from you.
I don't think the killer would be kicking back in the bar where he met the Vic in.
Listen, a creature of habit is your killer. For some reason, they're sticklers for routine. He's showing you how it's done.
It'd be great if the fucking things that shouldn't be
Don't go
solid
to
are
sleep on me. Get me
solid.
back in close.
There
Hit
we
him, Cole.
go.
Spit him out.
Wow, you've done a good job.
Let's end this part. Keep it steady and I'll try to bust his tires. Hit him. Clean this asshole off the road. Spit him out, Cole. The road's wet.
All right, you got it. I've had enough.
Hands behind your head.
Asshole.
Okay, Bates. You're gonna answer some questions.
I have a choice in this.
Last night, you went drinking with a lady in the bar. Now she's dead. And your face is all messed up.
I'm in the clear on that. She preferred a sailor. You could lay it off on him. Are we finished?
Do you want my partner to sap you? Tell us what
Oh,
we
he's got
want
his
to know.
baton out.
She was okay.
He's gonna baton your
Drunk,
head.
Pissed off at her old man, wanting to go dancing. I thought I'd ply her with a few drinks and get my end away. Looks like your salty had the same idea.
So what happened when you left the bar?
Sailor boy laid one on me. A cheap shot. After that, I don't know.
You've done time, haven't you, Richard? Is that why you ran?
I'm on parole.
On what offense?
Sexual assault. Look,
Oh, gee,
I was
Willikers.
lying there on the sidewalk. He flags a cab and jumps in with the broad.
We're taking you in, Bates.
How come?
Just for a chat. Nice private chat. I'll explain my theory of once a degenerate, always a degenerate.
Take him to Central. He's a material witness in a murder case. Find him a cozy cell.
Richard here knows the drill.
Do the phone on the wall. If it pops up, it means you got to use it. So
Phelps, badge 1247.
I want the suit. I don't know why.
How can I help, Detective?
I don't have a matching
I need
suit.
an APB
It's just
out on a yellow cab, number 3591.
shit.
Ask dispatch to relay all
I don't have
sightings
like
of
the
car
trousers,
11K.
the jacket that match kind of, or the waistcoat that matches.
Were there any incident reports filed in the vicinity of Barron's
too much
Bar on
money.
North Beaudry
And
Avenue?
Pell.
We're tracking a
Or at
sailor
least
who
I've
was
got more
involved in a
things
fight outside
important
the
to
bar.
spend my money on.
I can check the reports, Detective.
But at the same time, I want a suit
I have
like
a
that.
message for you from Captain Donnelly. Message reads, James Jessup, U.S. Navy able seaman, has information relevant to your case. Jessup is currently being detained at Central Station.
Could be our man. Thanks for your help.
This officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive. Officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive, at 211 in progress and shots fired. Unit to handle code 3, identify.
Yep, no, sorry, not doing that.
Response on your APV regarding yellow cab number 3591. The vehicle has been identified at a gas station. Now heading west on 7th Street.
So apparently if you don't
Raw's
get
on
there quick enough,
7th
it
Street.
moves.
Let's hit it, Phelps. The cab driver might tie this whole thing together.
I hope you're right.
You see our taxi anywhere? Where's that cab got to now?
11K, yellow cab number 3591, sighted at the corner of Wilshire and Whitmer. Repeat, Wilshire and Whitmer, 11K.
You stuck me,
We're investigating a
assholes.
murder.
What's that got to do with me?
The fare you picked up from Barron's Bar last night. What was the woman wearing?
It's a green dress. Oh, don't tell me something's happened to her.
Tell me about her.
She was
Ah,
with the
jeez,
sailor,
you stupid
and he was
fuck.
all over her. She wasn't having any of it. Said she just wanted to dance. But he had that look in his eye.
You know,
Where did
the
you drop
look
it
of
off?
I've got a fucking dick
crystal
that's
ball.
hard.
What time?
After midnight.
Don't know what to go with
12:30?
Godfrey there for a second.
Something like
I'm thinking
Thanks.
of that
You've been a big
fucking
help.
50 Shades of Grey thing again. Whenever I
that's
think of
gonna
Gilbert
ruin my
Godfrey, it's
day.
either Iago or the fucking 50 Shades of Grey. The bird's penis! It was enlarged. It's the only funny thing of 50 Shades of Grey I've ever seen. Holy fuck, is this wrong? But it is erotic. His tongue swirls around my clitoris. It's like, what was it? The joke is it's the most unattractive voice, and he knows it. Supposedly talking about the most erotic novel ever, even though it's not. It's fucking vile. Like, Twilight's awful. 50 Shades of Grey is... I mean, everyone else says it's Twilight fanfiction. It fucking is. It's Twilight, but set in the real world. So it's teaching men, and probably the women as well, that stalking is okay, and manipulation is okay, and it's not fucking okay. I hate it. Gentlemen, you're not supposed to stalk and manipulate your fucking people you're meant to be in love with. Oh, but home's a shithole. Yeah, don't use 50 Shades of Grey as your fucking main source
Come on
for
out, Jimmy. I won't let them hurt you. Not my honey boy.
for relationships.
not to
It's like
call
they
me
say
that,
about
woman.
porn.
Now
Don't
shut
use
the
porn to
You
judge
shut
your
the
view
hell
of
up.
like sexual relationships either.
Is that the lady of the house?
It's a nice story. Two old lovebirds just moved in together.
But they had a falling out, and he chased her across the yard with a 12 gauge. Now it's him or us.
Get the bastard! Officer down! Give yourself up! Now! You're a cop killer! Going in!
Hey, you!
Honey boy, what have they done to you?
Fucking killed a cop, you bitch! Oh shit! Wait, so I shoot some of these perps in the head, and they don't get that, but I shoot him in the legs. Oh shit, coroner, mate. Eh. Yeah, I'm still on Central. Good. Let's go! Oh god, you can't switch the radio. I think you can switch it off, but you can't switch the stations. It's just wrong. Listen to my crooning. I think I'm Seth MacFarlane, who says he thinks he can do it better. I'm drunk, so I don't fucking know. I'm hitting this with Seth MacFarlane. Or more like, he has a good voice, he's just a twat. I don't know, I used to be a big fan of Family Guy. I've been trying to make my way through it again to kind of get back into it, because I like it, but then some, like, I remember it as part of my teenage years.
Sailor on furlough, who looks like he's in trouble.
But I'm very aware that Seth MacFarlane's a bit of a prat. I'm saying, what did you fucking say?
No good John with me, detective.
No good John with you. Ah, he's not in the eyes. Fuck off then.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway. We know why you're here, Jessup, so it would be best if you answered our questions truthfully.
I don't want any trouble. That's why I'm here. I heard on the radio about this lady getting killed. I got leave from my CO to come down straight away.
So why did you kill her?
I didn't kill anyone. Look, you need to believe me.
Let's start at the beginning.
Back in the day one.
You went to Barron's Bar. What time did you arrive?
I got a 24-hour pass. I got there around 7.
That's where you met Teresa
He looks familiar as well.
Sure. We had a couple of drinks.
So you tried to make a woman.
The problem with
who
this,
was
it's not an entirely perfect facial replica. That's the problem. Because I think they only covered from the forehead down.
Got a cab to the Crystal Ballroom.
You had a fist fight with Richard Bates over Mrs. Terrellson.
You met the guy? He's a creep. You should take a look at him for this.
He's pointing the finger directly at you, Jessup.
I only had one
You're
night
Jessup,
before
you
I was back in
asshole.
the tub. He had all the time in the world to look for some action. I belted him. I'd do it again. She was better off with me.
Sure. You're a shining example of chivalry, Jessup.
If she won't get on my penis, I don't
Where
want
did you
it,
go after
then no
the
one else
Crystal
will.
Ballroom?
I think the wind had gone out of her sails by then. She caught a cab, and I caught a bus back to the base.
We spoke to the cab driver. Tell us what really happened at the Crystal Ballroom.
I'd had enough. She was all upset about her husband bawling about her kids. She looked old. We left around closing, maybe 1:30. We got on a bus, and she fell asleep on my shoulder.
Which bus?
An All-American, 249.
Yeah, you see, when they whinge about the husband and their children, the dick just goes
I caught
limp.
another bus to San Pedro. The Indiana's down there. She's being scrapped.
And that was the last you saw of Teresa.
Yeah, that's right. We didn't say much. I think she was kind of embarrassed.
Oh, she wasn't fucking going out to get fucked in the arse,
cab
you
driver said that you
arse.
were getting pretty familiar with Teresa.
That's not how I'd put it.
So the last thing you wanted was her playing hard to get.
Did that make you mad, sailor?
Yeah, it did. She knew what a guy's looking for. All broads do. Dancing comes second.
And what happened at the Crystal
Not
Ballroom?
all the time.
Nothing.
I mean,
Not even a little
I
hand
get
relief.
the idea
She had
of sexual
another couple
frustration. I
drinks. There was no
really
fun
do.
left.
I get blue ball.
poured her guts
I've
out to some
heard.
bartender.
All right, let me rephrase that.
We're
I
holding
know
you
the
till we can
concept
clear this
of
with the driver.
blue balls. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, my CO said
And
as
yeah,
much.
it's like it's
Can you
mixed
put the guy in two
messages,
in a
it's
cell and
misreading
inform
the
the commander?
signs, all that
Sure,
shit.
detective.
But you don't fucking.
Got a message for you.
You don't be an
Sighting
arsehole
of a
about
disfigured
it.
hobo on Brand between Temple and Sunset. And it looks
Like,
like
I'd just be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I got
He's
the wrong
wanted in
idea.
connection
Had a
with
nice
2
time
female
though.
assaults.
Thanks.
Whereas he seems to be like, oh, you didn't sit on my dick, so fucking,
Let's see
bitch.
if the bus story checks out.
It's like, dude, not every woman goes out to the. I mean, even today, not every woman goes out hoping to get laid.
3 suspects in the can and 1 on the hoof, and still no hard evidence on any of them.
Like, I personally don't. I personally have never done the whole go out to get action. I've never done that. I personally don't. I mean, I understand why people do it, and hell, that I'm not discounting the fact that I probably would do
time to
it.
get downtown, Cole.
It's possible.
But
bring him in.
I've never been in the situation where I've needed to do
we
it.
have large
At
tails
least
and picked up.
not long enough to say that I've used it as an option. I'm very much a tradition. Is it traditional? I don't know. I'm very much a don't pick up chicks at the bar kind of person. I've never done the. At least not with my intention. I've never done the intention of having one night stands. I'm one of those people, and this is partly because I'm drunk. Hence why I've had a few. I've had a lot of Heineken today. Hence why I'm rambling. I'm very much, and this is not a. I don't know how I'm going to say this. I'm not someone who goes out. This is when I'm single, of course. I don't go out, and I don't do. As far as I've not had the chance to do it. The whole one night stand thing. I'm not a person that goes out every day. A, because there's not. There's a pub at the top of the road, but it's a personal shithole. I ain't gonna see anyone that. I just don't do that. But I'm also one of the people that's like, if you are going to do that, make sure the other person's aware of that. Don't. I had to deal with fuckboys as part of my when I used to do performing arts, and I'm just like, I saw the repercussions of their fucking attitudes, and I'm just like, guys, if you're going to do that, let them know. And if they're not okay with it, walk away, leave it.
And thank you, ma'am.
It's called fucking consent.
Where are you boys headed today?
LAPD. We're after the driver of All
Don't
American
fuck with the
249.
person's emotions just to get an easy lay. It's not
onwards
fucking
last
worth
night.
it.
Just a minute.
Or it's very disrespectful. Just make them aware of the situation.
Frank Zeffirelli.
If they're still up for
Who's
it,
your man?
then by
Where
all
can we find him?
means.
Frank is out
And
on
that goes vice
7-4.
versa.
Can you tell us the route?
Because I've had
Hang on. I should have it mapped
I've been
out here
victim to
somewhere.
the old that shit. I've been victim to, and that's the thing. Some people think, oh, it's only the women. No, the men get it as well. It's not a gender specific. I mean,
I'll need to run the loop.
oh god, I'm digging myself into a grave. It's more likely to be the men
we're not
fucking
gonna
over
drive
the
the whole
women,
thing,
but it also happens to
Won't
men.
take long. We
It's
have a
not.
siren.
You know, it's not a. It's. What am I trying to say?
All American 7-4.
Some people agree with me, some people probably misinterpret what I'm saying. It's not a gender specific phenomenon. Men can be fucked over just as much as women. And don't get me wrong, it's more likely to be women that fuck them over. No, I'm saying it's more likely to be men that fucks them over, because unfortunately we've had far more examples of men doing it. I personally
this
don't.
could be a long trip, Cole.
Or it could be a short one.
I'm very
And
much
here's
a...
me without my hip
I'm just
flask and only a
respectable.
pain in the ass for company.
Way to kick off
I'm
the
very
drive
much a
in high
person of like,
spirits,
if they're not,
Rusty.
if that's
Comments like
not
that
what they're
put me
out
in
there to
just the
do,
right
then
mood for
don't
some
fucking
legwork.
force it.
Touchy.
You know what your problem is?
But
You
then
don't like
I've
hard
also
work.
been victim to
This
a lot
kind
of women
of rigorous search is what police work is all
doing
about. Discipline.
the same thing to me.
You're just as bored as I am.
And some... Okay, maybe not entirely, but there's like there's the whole bullying aspect. I had a few, and I'm not ashamed to say this because it pisses me off. I had a lot of some of the bullies, not all the bullies, some of them were boys, but some of them were girls, and they used the whole, oh, you can't hit me because I'm a girl argument. Well, you knew they'd use that as an excuse, which is why I'm not, which has kind of made me not tolerant of people, or at least not, I don't agree, unless I don't know, I'm trying to pick my words carefully and not be offensive. I'm not a fan of people who use the
Nope, still no sign of him.
the racist and sexist card against
slept
you.
through my solving the case.
Yeah,
I mean,
very
unless
funny.
of course
Just
I
give me
did
a
say
nice
something
scene, right?
racist
How about you
and
nudge
sexist,
me?
in which
I think
case,
that's a job for your wife.
for me, it'll be unintentional and not knowing. In which case, I will apologise. I would definitely apologise. But I've seen so many people use it as an excuse just because you disagree with them. Like, the thing you could be disagreeing with them on could be completely superfluous, yet they're just like, oh, you don't agree with me, therefore you're a racist. And it's like, no, it's your gender and skin have fuck all to do with what my disagreement. It is just because you said something that I don't agree with. I'm allowed to disagree with you. Don't be a cunt. I often worry when I go on these rants because I keep thinking I'm digging myself into a hole and thinking I'm not quite getting my point across. And maybe when I'm a bit more sober I can probably say that. But then when I'm drunk I'm a bit more open to what I'm saying. Like, I'm a person who, if called out on something, I will apologise, and it's a sincere apology. I never apologise unless I mean it. And I'm one of the people who will, you know, I'm not gonna deny it. I'm an ignorant fucker.
How long is this bus route?
It actually covers an area around the size of Central Division.
I look back on my history as a human being, and I go, oh god, I was an ignorant bastard. And I'm always ignorant. I like to believe that we're always learning, we're always growing. The difference between me and some other people is the fact that if I'm called out in a sort of, not in a, oh, you're a fucking bastard kind of way, then I'm very open to hearing other people's arguments and going, okay, yeah, I was wrong, I will admit I was wrong.
That's the bus we're looking for. Ease in behind her and get her to the side of the road.
But then I've also had, I've had issues where people have done the whole, you're a bastard, and it's like, I don't know. I'm currently thinking of a certain situation. I'm not going to go into details where that is probably going to be a problem, and I will flat out say to them, it's got fuck all to do with your race or your fucking gender.
Behind her and get her to the side
because
of the
you're
road.
a horrible person.
There's some kind of problem, buddy?
LAPD,
yeah, it's a fucking problem, you
investigating
fucking
a murder.
gavone. Anyway.
You had a sailor and a woman in a green dress on your bus late last night?
That's correct.
And the woman got off first, around 2 a.m.?
Yeah, that's right.
The
sailor stayed on all the way to downtown.
But yeah,
Can you tell us where you let the woman off?
On California.
Sorry for the big rant.
To tell you the truth, she looked a little lost, like she got off on the wrong stop or something.
I'm often someone who starts something and I feel like I need to explain myself.
You've been a big
I'm
help,
someone
Mr.
who, will accept that they do wrong and will accept that they fuck up.
So Sailor Boy escaped by the seat of his bell-bottom trousers. He left the broad alive.
Left her by the hobo camp.
Which
And
means he's as good as killed her.
I'm a product
We
of
can't
the
eliminate
time
any of
period
them,
where
but the disfigured man should be our starting point.
I'm gonna call for some
I
backup.
wouldn't say it was entirely bad, but anyway, I'm gonna just briefly nip to the loo and I'll be right back. And I'll probably continue the rant. I'll try not to. solve the problem. Yeah. I'm trying to think where I got to.
Yeah, we ought to investigate the hobo lead.
Yeah,
but
if
I've
you
always
think
been
we ought
someone
to,
who
I
is,
guess we ought.
you know, I'm open-minded, pretty much. I'm open to understanding. I'm open. Pardon me. I'm open to. I don't know. It's that basic level of understanding where people come from. Like, I do what everyone else does. I sometimes have thought, you know, sometimes I look at people. I like to think I often give people a very, when I first meet them, there's a very open level of respect. I give them I'm not going to judge you, I'm going to look at what you do. And sometimes people do something, and it makes me question that, and that's when I start to think, oh, maybe they're a bit of an arsehole. But it then depends on what I learn afterwards. Like, I've had a few cases where I've thought, ooh, maybe they're not quite, maybe they are arseholes, or maybe they're not quite professional, or whatever. And then I've heard of the stuff they're going through, and I've kind of gone, it's that whole, not, I don't know, like internally going, okay, you were wrong. It's that sort of, it's communication, I think, is the big word I'm getting at. It's all to do with communication. Like, if people don't, it's never completely, what is it? It's that famous quote that I keep seeing on Facebook. I mean, on other sources, but it's quite common on Facebook because everyone keeps posting it. Is everyone is dealing with their own shit. Don't judge, basically, and yeah, that's what I often go through, but I still fall back on it. But then once I know the shit they're going through, I switch back into the fair enough. Of course, then it's learning to judge when some people are just arseholes. Pardon me, just arseholes who are using, like I say, the racism card and the sexism card as weapons because you disagree with them, even though the thing you're disagreeing with them upon has fuck all to do with their gender or race. They're just kind of the people who are kind of like, oh, clearly you don't agree with what I'm saying, therefore you're a racist. And it's like, is the issue that I'm disagreeing with you about racist? No, then it's not fucking racist. Like, unless I've said something, or I mean, like I say, I'm an ignorant fucker. I can end up doing or saying something that is racist or sexist, and if I'm, as long as I'm not completely ostracized for it, I will say to them, fair enough, I did not know, I apologise, I will fix that. Like, I've been in situations, especially with I think it's because it's the rapidly changing,
These men know
it's
they're
the
rapid
changing view of, gender roles, and
You're doing them a favor,
I'm trying to get in
partner.
trouble again with what I'm saying. Like, the whole...
What's your name?
Comrade Stalin.
Swift.
Very funny.
Is it Swift?
We'll find out from your
The
personal
whole Swift
effects.
Stewart?
For me, anyway.
You're
the
under
whole
suspicion
change
for
of,
murder, Ackerman.
transgender views.
We're
and
taking
stuff.
you
I've
downtown.
never been against any of that.
You can't do anything more to me than what the Japanese have
But
already
then it's the
done.
case of what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say something that does get me fucking in trouble. I've never had a problem with. I've been
Kremlin's over here,
exposed
Phil.
to things
Toss
like
it,
that.
see what you find.
So I'm very acceptable of everything. I accept everyone for who they are, unless you're abusive. There's obviously certain lines that you cross, but I'm not one of the people that will be like, oh, that person's transgender. Oh, what a bastard. I'm more of a, fair enough, that's just who they are.
It's a buddy of mine from the war.
Well,
It doesn't affect what. If I don't like someone, it's got fuck all to do with their sexuality, race, or
Good night,
gender.
sir.
It's because they're an arsehole. It's that kind of thing. I don't judge people based on those sort of criteria. I judge them based on who they are as a person.
I told you I would have
in
nothing
terms
to do
of
with that.
personality or attitude and actions.
I'm fine too, Jack.
Like,
medical school's going well.
I think it's because I've experienced people who are both of the, but you know, I've experienced plenty of people who are, you know, all sorts of
a local gangster, Mickey Cohen,
all sorts of people who are, you know, different genders, different races.
So hand it over, walk away.
And they've been assholes.
We had a deal with them that they would dole it out slowly.
But I've not
they said
blanketed.
They would supply abortion clinics and
God, I feel like I've started this and I need to keep finishing it. I've not.
So your problem is with gangsters being dishonest.
So, for example, you know, in recent times with the COVID virus and how we had a lot of people blaming the Chinese for it, and they can't deny that. There was a lot of Chinese racism that flared up because of the coronavirus. Now, I'd imagine, and it's the same with the Spanish flu when that came out. That was probably if that happened today, that would have been the exact same thing. I personally was like,
the only thing these guys understand
I didn't care.
Force.
I didn't look at any Chinese person and be like, I still eat Chinese.
Irish
You
and
know,
the Dutch.
if I was that worried about
They make
fucking
their own
COVID, I
laws.
wouldn't eat
That's the
Chinese.
nature of a secret society.
But then, these are also the same stupid people who looked at the beer Corona and thought, "Oh, I won't drink Corona; it will give me the coronavirus," even though it's got fuck all to do with coronavirus. But you know, and I suppose you want to go further back, look at 9/11,
kind of shit show.
where it tainted a lot of people's view of Muslims, and I never had that. I was always someone who was like, yeah, the people, and keyword being individuals, people who did it, is the problem. It's not everyone else. Not like, you know, I sometimes don't have. I sometimes worry about the view of some Christian people that I've experienced, but then I've experienced plenty of Christian people who are lovely, and it's the same with, you know, with Muslim, and same with everyone. I've met enough examples.
Ackerman doesn't look like much of a dancer.
Of the so-called enemy, because let's face it, there'll be some people who'll be like, oh, what, kind of what Phelps is going through, like the whole, you know, everyone hates Japanese in the terms of the context of the historical context of this game. You know, because that happened. Historically, like even during the First and Second World War, there was a hell of a lot of prejudice against Germans.
It's better to match the mark under Teresa Terrelson's chin.
And it's like, on the one level you can see where they're coming from, but the other hand, it's just fucking weird. I mean, I don't have to get topical sometimes, but even right now, some people are going, you know, they're going at like Russian people because of the whole Ukrainian shit, and I'm just like, no, because like most of the Russian people don't agree with the fucking war. It's I don't know. I don't like to get really political.
That broad has socks in it, Brazier.
I don't know. I never lump. I never take one person's actions as the reason to hate an entire race, because that's not correct. I always judge people based on them as an individual, not as a group. If that makes sense.
The husband has an alibi, no real motive other than
because
neglect.
It is the problem is sometimes is people judge a majority of people, and the majority gets stigmatized, if that's even the term I'm thinking of. They get labelled and tarnished with the brush of one individual, and I'm more of a no, it's the individual that needs to answer for it, not the group. You can't judge the whole. You can't judge the whole for the actions of the one. And that sounds very philosophical. I mean, it's probably been said before in some context. But, yeah. That's my 2 cents on the whole matter. I judge people based on their individuality. I don't take one bad experience with... Because, like, okay, that's like me saying I hate women because I've had a few bad experiences with women. I have, but I've had a fucking load of good ones. And I'm not talking that way. I'm talking genuinely decent people. Like...
Ackerman, you were in the Marines.
How do you know?
The Corps selected big guys for flamethrower duty. That's how you got the burns.
I've been ranting on about.
Life expectancy was 5 minutes for a guy in flamethrower detail.
I just don't want people to hate me for my
opinion.
opinion.
Kind of a government.
Because
it's weight like that on a man's
I like to think of myself as very, very impartial.
It was a heavy load.
Like I say, I don't judge people based on... Like, there'll be some people who disagree with what I say. You know what? That's fine. You disagree with what I say, that's your opinion. You're entitled to it. Just don't try and change... Just don't try and force your opinions on me, because that won't work.
Why did you kill Mrs. Terrellson?
I have no recollection of the people I have killed.
You hate
the thing
women,
I took from life was everyone is entitled to believe what they believe. You just don't force it on other people. So, I think when I heard that quote, it's mainly due to religion, but it's the same. You can apply it to most things. I personally don't quite believe in... I don't know, I wouldn't call myself an atheist per se, but I'm definitely not a go to church every Sunday kind of person. However, I'm very aware that people do go to church every Sunday, and
a
I'm
bus
just
driver
like,
dropped
that's
Mrs.
their
Terrellson
choice.
near your camp around 2 a.m. Why
I
did you take
can't
her
judge
up
them
to the
based
hill?
on their choice.
Which
As
hill?
long as they're not, again,
I have
forcing
many
that religion on other
places
people,
I go where
that's
I
fine by me.
You are clearly insane, Ackerman.
To a degree, I understand conversion, understand the people trying to make you understand, like, you know, to a degree. It's when you try and make them feel bad for denying you, that's when I get an issue. Because...
Where were you around 2 a.m. last night?
Like...
At the camp.
Me, myself, I'm personally curious about all aspects of religion. And all aspects of most things. I'm generally quite a curious person anyway.
I despise your pity.
So, and that's probably been bred from, like, school, because it was very weird, because there was one point where, for me, and this is how old I am...
We have you cold, Ackerman. Her purse and the ballroom ticket were in your lean-to.
Humanities was all about... Let's learn about Buddhism. Let's learn about... I was
trained to do.
Sikhism was one I definitely remember.
Stuart Ackerman.
I'm not sure if we ever got into things like
the murder
Islam and
of
stuff,
Teresa
but then that swiftly changed to just philosophical stuff like suicide and things like that.
A man down on his luck I can abide. But a filthy red who chooses to live outside the rules of society, I cannot stomach. Maybe poor threes of Tarrelson.
What was I going to? Yeah, it started off as...
I've spoken to the chief.
Here we're going to introduce you to all these different religions and that whole open your mind to these different viewpoints. They're kind of doing that, but it's about... I'm not saying that some of the stuff doesn't matter, and it isn't worth discussing with school kids. Well, this is high school, of course, I'm thinking of. But I don't know, I found... But I was invested a curiosity into different religions. I'm always curious as to how... I don't know what it is that I find curious. I just like the idea of learning more about it. And I get that... And I kind of... It's a worry I have, and it's partially a social anxiety thing, but it's also a worry that... Oh dear, what's Phelps doing? It's partially the worry that if you show interest in a religion, that people think you want to convert. And it's got nothing to do with that. It's purely from a... I want to understand you. I want to understand things. I want to learn. I want to appreciate and understand. It's got nothing to do with I want to be devotedly devoted to your religion. It's the case of, no, I want to learn more so I can respect you. I mean, I respect you anyway, but you know what I mean? It's that kind of... I want to know more so It's that whole I don't want to be ignorant kind of thing. you know, I want to learn a load of aspects about, you know, different sort of Judaism, Islam, Sikhism. Like I found I think the one thing that got that was it was like the stories of Ganesha and things like that. Like I found them fascinating.
Keep a hold of your hat.
But I wouldn't convert to religion to find it out. I just because personally I'm a religion to me is just me as an individual. It doesn't mean fuck all to me. But I'm very well aware that it means a lot to other people, and those people I'm fine with. Like I understand that people are devout in their religions. I understand that, you know,
then get out to the railroad depot on
it
Santa
means
Fe
a lot to them. And I'm not going to belittle them for it. I'm not going to take that away from them. I'm very much a fair enough. That's right, you as an individual. You believe that. I mean, if we're talking about Christianity, I've prayed to God a few times and I've been scared. I've
another body.
I still sometimes walk into a cathedral and I feel
the Emperor may
something.
soon have to come to terms with the fact that he's wearing no clothes.
That's just me. But I don't go to a church, and you know, I don't go to a sermon every day. I don't do that shit. But I respect people that do that. I don't look at them and go, "Oh, you go to church every Sunday, oh, you're fucking scum."
You've got to admit, this is looking odd.
Anyone could pawn it.
What people do with their time
along with
is
all of
their
the
own
other
goddamn business.
Hugo Moeller was identified by the
I feel like I'm just going on this rant now.
He's our guy.
You're
gonna kill us!
I don't want to keep going on about it. I think I'm trying to get across
Witnesses have fingered the wrong guy.
I'm an
before.
open-minded, tolerant individual
and he always
who judges people more on their attitudes towards other people rather than any other so-called label that other people take prejudice against people over. Like, as long as you're not an arsehole to people and you're not forcing your beliefs on people, you're fine in my book. If you're coercing, forcing, or abusing people into your beliefs, then you can stay the hell away from me.
How can I help you boys?
You're entitled to believe, but don't force it upon me, basically.
Detectives Phelps and Galloway.
Anyway, I'm going to get off this rant. I'm going to be a
wedding
night
and
talking about
engagement ring.
David Bremner. Am I going to get something for this pledge? Gave that bum money, now you guys are going to leave me short.
How much did you give him?
$50?
Try another number.
20?
Try 10. Feel lucky you're getting it.
I have the rings right here.
Right then. Anyway, back to crime. Rings, eh? I don't often like to get this way with my...
What's this mark here?
My LPs. I
Maker's
feel
mark.
like I shouldn't be bringing
Usually
it up.
traceable. That one?
I don't
came
know,
from
there's quite a lot in
Hartfield's
this
jewelers
game
down
where
in
that kind of warrants a
Thanks for the
discussion.
tip.
That and I'm not popular enough to warrant a discussion, but anyone who does watch this post or watches it during...
Does this mark mean anything?
You know.
Hallmark. Gives you an idea of the quality.
It's that whole set the record straight kind of deal. All means happy to discuss
what have you got
it
on the
with
guy who
people.
brought these in?
Goes by the name
Always
of
happy to
Percy
discuss
B.
because
Shelley.
discussion is a
Address.
very important
15
factor.
Poland Street, London, Tulare County.
Can you give us a description of the man who pawned these rings?
Not sure. Medium height, medium build, dark hair, I think. Sorry. He just had one of those forgettable faces.
We'll be in touch,
Because
Mr.
I keep
Bremner.
thinking of that famous speech. Say famous, depends if you like Peter Capaldi's Doctor. Where he's like, I mean, he's talking about war, but I can kind of see the parallels. Where he talks about, what is it? When you fire that first shot, no matter how right you feel, you don't know who's going to die. How many people will scream and burn? How many hearts will be broken? How many lives shattered?
We have a problem.
Until they all
could
do
have the
what they
local
all should have done
troopers
from
check
the
out
very
the Tulare
beginning.
County address.
Sit down
The address
and
is bogus.
talk. It's
Sheriff
like
is
it's
having
like
fun
yeah.
with us.
It's that kind
The
of.
guy who's been sending the
If
Dahlia
we all
letters is
just
also the
sat
guy
down
who
and
pawned his
talked,
rings.
How do you figure that?
how much bloodshed and how much awfulness would be
Dahlia letters are
avoided
genuine.
if we
The
just
man who killed Elizabeth
talked
Stewart
to each
may have
other.
also killed Deirdre Muller.
And how do we prove that?
At the same
Keep
time, I
breaking
get
away
it for some people. It's a case of they
We're gonna have to
don't
rely
want
on this guy tripping up
their
on his
negative
own
sides
vanity.
being displayed. They don't want to be made to looked at as weak or feeble or mentally fucked up because unfortunately some levels of society teach us that it's wrong and it's fucking not. Like I've had I personally as well have done this where we have felt that we shouldn't bother people with our mental health problems because they've got enough to be dealing with. And it's like, yes, some people do, but healthcare professionals not, because that's the entire point of their job. It's the whole trying to keep it shoveled in. This is probably an exact opposite. I'm probably completely wrong in some cases, but in terms of some things, keeping it bottled in and not talking about it is the worst thing you can do. And again, having been through that shit, in terms of mental health, again, it doesn't apply to everything I'm saying, but it applies to this whole idea of you can't bottle your shit up because
11K, go ahead.
Or at least if you do, you need to find an outlet somewhere.
You're crazy.
If I'm crazy, it's your fault. Running around behind my back. How am I supposed to trust you, goddammit?
You're a crotchety old fucker.
Whoa, sir. I think you ought to calm down.
Mind your own goddamn business. Why is everybody always on my case?
Because you're a... Is it just me, or is it always the same cop that gets shot?
Officer down! Watch it!
Don't hurt
Mister,
me!
but don't shoot me! Give it up, old man!
Get the bastard.
I probably will when he pops it out. Oh, fuck off.
Reinforcements are on the way. Cease and desist.
I don't give a shit, I'm popping his fucking ass. Yeah. It's me. I've been drinking, and I'm mad.
Car 11K. Code 4 at Olvera Street, but I'll need an ambulance. Shots fired, and suspect is down.
Roger on your ambulance, 11K. All units be advised, code 4 at the Olvera Street Plaza.
Shush, I am doing a thing. Gotta get in my car. Right, let's talk about something silly. Let's talk about Midas. Let's talk about the Midas in this game. I think this is the last homicide mission. I'm not entirely sure. It's very rare I get serious, but anyway, I'm gonna put a pin in that. I don't want to make this a rant video about stuff that's got fuck all to do with what we're doing. I just often like to be brutally honest, honest as I can be. Anyway, shush now. Carry on, drive.
APL to all units. Citizen reports man with a gun. Union and
Oh, I'm not going
Rockwood
back.
Street.
Fuck off.
Union and Rockwood Street. Unit to handle code 2. Identify.
There ain't no way I'm going back all the way over there.
All units are frequency 2 standby.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Breathe, Phelps. Breathe, damn it!
I can't breathe when the map's a piece of shit. Well, I don't know. The total so far hasn't seemed to have affected my ranking. Again, I think it may just be tied to a trophy, where you get a trophy for getting a 5-star and no crashes. Was it collective? I honestly don't know. Yeah, I haven't done the trophy list since I started. Maybe because I got most of them.
You boys ready? Follow me.
We should keep this development with the rings under our hat until we speak with the captain.
We're all on the same team, Rusty.
Chain of command, Phelps. The skipper will decide who needs to know. You got it?
I get it, Rusty. I just don't like it.
Yeah, I suppose it stops people spreading the shit around.
Hard, isn't it?
Yeah. I look after all the rail depots.
What have you got?
The Negro, Nelson Gaines, called it in. I came down here to make sure him and the other guy, Jameson, stuck around.
Jameson found the body?
Something like that. Guy makes me sick.
We'll talk to the coroner. Keep an eye on both of them. What have we got here?
White female, approximately 40 years of age, lipstick smudges on the face, but no writing, at least nothing legible. A blunt force trauma to the temple, nose, and eye regions. Ligature marks point to the probable cause of death being strangulation.
Any idea of the time of death?
From her temperature, after midnight would be my guess.
Smell?
Very good. There is the usual evacuation smell, but it appears she's been living rough for quite some time.
Very strong smell of alcohol.
Well, the autopsy will tell, but I would assume that she was inebriated.
Another missing ring.
Certainly seems I've been swabbing a lot of bare fingers recently.
Can you be more exact about the time of death?
No later than 2 a.m. The state the body was in, a 1 or 2 hour window is the best I can do.
Someone was trying to get her to come home. We could go over to the lot and see what they know about her.
That's going to be difficult, Cole. Keystone Studio lot closed back in 41.
Maybe someone at Mensch's will remember her. This is a chit for personal items, not booze. It's an angle worth investigating. Detective Phelps and Galloway, homicide. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
We were shutting cars over to the main line when I saw this man here lying on top of this woman. The woman wasn't moving and seemed to be in a bad way.
What time was this?
About 7:30 this morning, sir.
Thanks for your help. Have you given Patrolman Hart your detail?
I have, sir.
Thank you. You can go now.
Oh, is this him? Yeah, little creep.
Detective Phelps, LAPD homicide.
John Ferdinand Jameson.
We need you to answer some questions, John.
If you don't mind, I prefer Ferdinand.
Don't push your luck, knucklehead.
What were you doing to the body, Ferdinand?
Are you sure you won't be upset?
Yeah.
Try me, Ferdinand.
I was kissing her. It's not against the law.
Shut up.
There's no
Take
law
your
against
beating
it.
like a man.
Turn out your pockets, Ferdinand. Classic Carmine. Is this yours, Ferdinand?
No. I found it near her purse. I thought she could use some lipstick.
Rusty, stop! Don't hit him.
I mean, trust me, I want to fucking hit him.
You went through her purse?
It wasn't like she needed it. I took a look.
Did you take any money?
Wasn't any to take. I found her lipstick and her matchbook over on the mat. Not much else.
You found the body?
Yes, I did. I work here. I was coming off shift and headed home.
Why didn't you report the body, Jameson? Do you know how this is going to look to a jury?
A jury? What gives? I could tell that she was dead. I came through here about midnight last night. She wasn't here then.
Let me belt him again.
You're under arrest, Jameson. We'll see how this plays out. Until then, you can think a little on how you'd like to be treated if you were found dead.
I'm telling you, it's not illegal. Me and some friends of mine...
Clyde, you get this sack of shit into a cell. I'll deal with him later.
Sure, Rusty.
No, I agree with Rusty there. That guy was a fucking creep.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address on Levine's Liquor. Closest store to the Santa Fe Avenue rail yard, if possible.
Just a moment, Detective. Closest store would be the one at 939 South Hope Street.
Thanks.
That was answering something. Bear with me a little bit. Where's the card? There it is. One-handed. One-handed.
Read that those goddamn Chinese want to sell the relief food that we're sending them?
Yeah. Yeah, I read about that.
People are starving. They can't do that.
Want to sell the food to fund the civil war against the communists.
Really? I guess that's okay then.
Armies can't fight without food. Spend all your money on weapons, but you still have to have the will to fight. Fortunately, the Reds will win in China.
Watch your mouth. You know what you're saying?
The people of this country overthrew a king. You think the Chinese will balk at an emperor if they are starving?
Good point. I mean, the Americans kicked off more because of the unfair taxes without representation, which again I can completely understand. I'd kick off if I was them. I mean, it's probably other things as well, but that was the main thing that allegedly again, I only know my American history from various things, and unfortunately Assassin's Creed 3, which is never a good source. but I'm vaguely aware of what it was. It was a combination of British oppression and the whole taxation without representation bullshit. I mean, yeah, why pay tax to a king you never see? Why pay tax to someone who doesn't have really actually any influence on what you do? As in, like, isn't present to actually be there and doesn't listen to what you say? Hell yeah, I'd fucking riot. Like, I'd be completely on America's side for that if I was there. I'd be like Ichabod Crane in Sleepy Hollow. Although I wouldn't be played by a pretentious man with a big voice. I'd be fully aware, like, yeah, fuck off here.
Citizen reports man with a gun, Union and Rockwood Street, Union and Rockwood.
How far away? What? Oh.
Unit to handle code 2, identify.
It's because each of your desks is confined to a certain district, and so I have certain crimes. I keep thinking, whenever I say that, I keep thinking of true crime streets of LA. Don't know why. Ooh, can I get down there without? Oh shit!
Watch where you're driving, you maniac!
Gravity did that. I mean, True Crime had Christopher Walken, I think. Yeah, it was Christopher Walken. He was like the narrator or something. He was like, "What happened to Henry was a true crime. Oh my god. Oh jeez." Ooby-doo. Good. I think I watched the remake of Jungle Book just for that. The fact that Christopher Walken was in it. I was like, oh god, I need to see this. And then I saw it and never finished it after that scene. I think I got to that point and then kind of went, that's what, yeah, I've come what I've seen. I don't have to watch the rest of it.
11K, go ahead.
God damn it! I said cough it up! I'm not gonna say it again. That's it, old man. I've had enough of your gibberish.
Oh.
Give it up! LAPD!
You're not the only one in this street.
Judging from the language, he was probably Chinese. Again, I could be wrong
You can
again.
still catch him.
I don't recognise the difference between languages. For some... I am an ignorant person who knows nothing.
There he is. See him? That's the guy from the paper. Solved that big case.
Surrender now, or I will use deadly force.
And now he's dead. Score one for me. the dramatic views whilst people
Hey,
are...
Cole, let's get moving.
Sorry, I was far away. Yep, just double checking. Hate crimes that drag you so far away from the fucking main area. I might start utilising the quick travel version where you get your partner to drive. Though I think there's a trophy for driving so many miles, so this is just going to add more to it. I think there's one trophy I don't have, which is like drive so many miles in a car.
Any Central Unit, 459 suspects to be taken into custody at the trolley station on Lucas Avenue. Stand by for further.
You're not making any friends here. You do know that, right?
Continue to respond. Any Central Unit, 459 suspects to be taken into custody at the trolley station on Lucas Avenue. Stand by for further.
This is car 11 King. Go ahead with the further.
11 King, 2459 suspects sighted in the vicinity of the trolley station on Lucas Avenue between Court and Colton.
You should have iced those folks. You leave no witnesses, you stay out of the
I'm not
poke.
riding all the way to Santa Ana and then on to Cincinnati with you pissing in my
But
ear.
I'm tired of always being on the lam.
I don't have a choice. A stick-up charge is still a stick-up charge, and I ain't going back inside.
You're both coming with me. Don't do anything stupid.
Nah, you did something stupid.
You gotta get it closer.
What if the fucking car wouldn't weave like that?
Hit him, Cole. Spin him out.
Oh geez, she's shooting back. Crazy bitch!
Hit him, Cole. Spin him out. Don't go to sleep on me. Get me back in close.
Well, that car's fucked.
Put your hands where I can see them. Car 11K calling KGPL. Code 4 at the Lucas Avenue trolley station. The 459 suspects are in custody.
Roger, 11K. All units, code 4 on the 459 suspects at the Lucas Avenue trolley station.
I'm gonna get such a fucking bill into this for this car. I'm pretty sure there's some situations where they don't add money to the total. I just like Ghostbusters. Oh, there's a new Ghostbusters game I noticed. There's like it's like a 4v1, I think, kind of thing. Don't know how I feel about it. It's a bit like Aliens, the latest Aliens game that came out, Fireteam Elite or something, where you play your own Ghostbuster and you hunt ghosts. I'm like, ooh, okay. Will it top? I mean, it'll probably be a bit better than the god awful one that was made to release to wouldn't say promote, but it was made around the time of the 2016 film, the reboot film, because it's got those characters in it. And it's awful in the sense of it's top down. Oh, I may cover it. It's a top down sort of shooter. And you don't even play the characters from that movie either. They're in the game, technically, but you don't play as them. You play as 4 other randos, and it's... Ugh. Never finished it. Whereas I love the one that was released on PS3, and I've not played the kiddie version on the Wii or the PS2, but I quite liked that version. It was the last time we had Harold Ramis as
LAPD,
Egon,
Phelps
so
and Galloway.
I'll take what you
We're
get.
making inquiries into the murder of Evelyn Summers.
Evelyn? She's dead?
You knew Evelyn Summers, Mr.
Robbins. Yes, I knew Evelyn. I was a good friend of her ex-husband. She kept some of her stuff here.
Can you show us, please?
Sure. Come this way.
Got some fine stock here, Mr. Robbins. You let us take some for the road, this case might get solved a lot quicker.
He's joking, Mr. Robbins.
She kept a bed here, but I probably shouldn't have let her. An alcoholic in a liquor store. That was never going to work out, was it?
We'll take a look around. Evelyn was reading Aristotle?
Evelyn wasn't stupid. The only stupid thing about her was her need to drink.
And she was borrowing books from Grosvenor McCaffrey. She wasn't always such a loner. Rawlings Bowling Alley. Maybe Evelyn did something other than drink in her spare time.
Rawlings. I know that place. Corner of 9th and Grand. A lot of cops bowl there on Tuesday nights.
I'm guessing Evelyn hadn't held down a job for quite some time before she was killed.
When exactly did Evelyn work in the pictures?
A few years ago. She worked in legal copyrights for music.
You can... Okay.
We're trying to account for Evelyn's movements yesterday.
She came by in the morning.
A social visit? To pick up some of her things?
She had a couple of bucks and bought a quart of rye.
Any idea where the money came from?
She didn't mention it. But she did say the booze was a present for a boy. She said they had been fighting and she had to make it up to him.
Were you and Evelyn close, Mr. Robbins?
Not many people will be sad she's gone. I'll be one of the few.
We got the impression that Evelyn had been sleeping rough of late.
It became difficult for me to have her staying here. Her mother was trying to get her back on the straight and narrow. She's old now. And to be honest, you have to have a good reason to want to get back on.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Do you know a friend of Evelyn's by the name of McCaffrey?
Not personally.
We're struggling for leads, Robbins.
Myself,
did she know McCaffrey?
I'm drinking now.
She idolized him.
I'm not quite back on. I don't know.
I gather the feeling was far from mutual.
Looking at my drinking, it's not as bad as it used to be.
Revolutionary standards
For me,
the ills of society.
Sometimes on a stream I like to be.
You can see how it would appeal to down and outs
because
like
it makes me more talkative, and it makes me more.
Thanks for your help, Mr. Robbins.
No problem.
Doesn't mean I drink every day.
Hey, I'd like to make arrangements for the funeral. You think I could get in touch with Evelyn's mother?
But I've been
Put in
there
a call
where
to the
I've
watch
been
commander at
drinking
Central
every single
Station,
day.
Mr. Robbins.
And
We'll be trying to reach the next of kin.
Thanks. Get the guy, huh?
It is.
Evelyn never hurt anybody.
A difficult thing to break. Like even at this point, to be admittance, I'm kind of going through the whole give up alcohol entirely thing. I am really trying to do that because that's because I'm learning a new thing. Like I've never turned up. There's only been one time I've ever turned up to what I would consider professional thing drunk. Once. I don't know how I went away with it. There's a crime in the vicinity. I might as well solve it because it's literally right over there. But I've turned up to stuff hungover, but I never let the hangover really fully affect me until of late, where it has kind of really taken a detrimental effect. For today in particular, I'm not due to do anything much tomorrow. You know
how dangerous that is?
Why isn't it activating?
He's the cop that arrested that. It's
Well,
about
this
time
is-
some of those moves.
Well, that's handy. In that case, I'm fucking off.
His mother
Like,
would be proud of him.
I tend to do these sort of drinkies when I'm not expected to be anywhere. Like tomorrow's my day off, so I can like sleep this off basically. But if I'm due like on a very important thing, then I'll probably be like, nope, not gonna drink, not gonna touch the stuff, because I've definitely noticed that drink's not the great thing for me. No, fine then. I'm gonna go. Not gonna waste my time. Yeah. So I understand the whole. Yeah, you need a good reason to get back on the wagon, so to speak. Because you do, you really do, and I've found multiple good reasons to get back on the wagon, and I've semi-followed them and then fallen back into it. Usually because the wagon in question falls apart. Of late, it's been a more solid reason. It's been more of I'm kind of getting sick of feeling shit the day after, so I'm kind of like, I don't know. It's me trying to find that balance between
Phelps, Galloway, homicide. We need to ask you some
how
questions
trying to
concerning
have a
Evelyn
socially fun drink to make me
welcome
fun,
back.
but then also,
Evelyn
yeah, you know,
Summers?
not
What is
fucking
it
me up too
now?
badly.
You knew Evelyn?
As well as I wanted to know Evelyn.
Like, I'm
Pain
very
in the
aware where
ass,
it's
always
taking a
coming
toll
in here,
on my body.
catching
Like,
drinks.
I've
never had any money.
I don't know how to describe
just a couple
myself.
of nights
I've
ago.
got a bit of a
Did
gut.
she ever tell you where she was staying?
And I can tell you,
I don't
not
know.
like a disgusting
I think she was
gut,
living rough.
but it's
She had that
still,
kind of
for
stunk
me,
about her.
I look at it and
Who
go,
did she
that's
drink with?
beer.
Yeah,
That's
a
the
bunch of
beer
these
and the
guys.
shit that I
Ask
eat.
around.
What's your name?
Like, hell, I should be eating something right
Grover
now, to be quite
McCaffrey.
fair. And
Mind if I ask you some questions,
I recently bought
Mr.
some
McCaffrey?
Cadbury's mini
I'm just a
rolls, and they're
starving
right
miner,
next to me, and they're
detective.
staring at me.
What do you want to ask about?
And
Evelyn Summers,
because I can't be
and why she
fucked,
was found
'cause I'm
beaten
slightly
and
drunk.
strangled in the
I can't be
rail
fucked to go
depot
and
on
put
Santa
the oven on.
Fe.
I probably will after we're
Okay.
done here.
I see.
It's partially because of the stream as well. I don't want to
How
quit
well did
completely
you
for
know
a
her?
long period of time.
I can't say
In
that
fact,
I knew
I
her.
may go and put the
It's
oven
more
back
like
on
I
whilst this is
aware
going on. Scratch that. once I've answered this.
Do you have a criminal record, Mr. McCaffrey?
Nothing serious. I've had a few skirmishes.
Do you want to save me some time, or do you want me to look up your file?
Industrial disputes, strikes, workers' rights, that kind of thing.
A regular fifth columnist. Nice to meet you, comrade.
Of course, then I'm sort of semi-conscious that you're hearing nibbling on stuff or going
You
away
say
to
you
cook
barely
stuff.
knew
I know I've done
Evelyn?
it before on a few streams, but it doesn't mean I don't
Yes,
feel
that is
subconscious
correct.
about the whole thing.
You're lying, McCaffrey. You looked down your nose at Evelyn, but you knew her, and you have some idea of what happened.
I hope you're holding aces. I'm telling you again, I barely knew the woman.
Why would you lend her your book on metaphysics if you only knew her in passing? It was more than that. A Renaissance man like yourself, lending his books to his acolytes.
She hounded me about that goddamn book, and then she lifts it from my apartment and lies to my face that she didn't take it, as if she could even comprehend any of it.
Oh, you're an asshole.
I saw her go into a hotel with Tiernan last night. They had booze in a paper bag. He's your man.
So what were you doing watching her, you
Thank you for
twat?
the information, Mr. McCaffrey.
Mr. McCaffrey is a cunt. I don't like him. No, sir, I do not like him one bit.
Car 11K, Car 11 King, KGPL.
11 King.
A message from Captain Donnelly. Return to Central. Code 2.
11 King, en route. Let's not keep the man waiting, Phelps.
No, because that's all we can do right now.
All units, officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive. Officer
Oh,
needs
for
help. Bank of
fuck's
America, 7th
sake.
and Olive, a 211 in progress and shots fired. Unit to handle code 3, identify.
Why don't you solve your own problems? How far away is it? 5, just round the corner. Unless the walkthrough specifies otherwise, I will head to these things.
7th and Olive. Officer needs help. Bank of America, 7th and Olive.
What's the situation?
Half a dozen shooters, sir. Cold-blooded sons of bitches. Real professionals.
What do you mean?
Witnesses say they bounced in, aced the guards, and went straight downstairs. Christ knows who they're working for, but whatever's in that vault, they want it bad.
That's what we're thinking of payday.
Take the wrong bank to rob, my friend.
I'm one of those weird brains where if you give me something, my brain automatically thinks of what payday.
Move it inside. We've got to clear out the bottom floor.
Come on, make a push for the building.
Stay in cover!
On my Thompson, thank you. I've never done this one. At least I don't recall doing this one.
They've blocked the goddamn stairs. Detective, take the elevator.
All right, I'll wait here.
How generous of you.
regroup.
Wish me luck.
Ah, my clothes and my bullet wounds are healing.
Bronx floor, police van. Buddies upstairs are dead. That leaves you, pal. Come on, Cole, what's taking so long? You're new. Just you and me. You can live to tell the tale. That's it. That's all of them.
Car 11K. Shots fired, suspects are down. We're code 4 here, but I need an ambulance at Bank of America. 7th and Olive. Notify coroner and detective headquarters.
Roger, on your ambulance 11K. All units, code 4 on the 211 and Bank of America. Code 4.
To see if I can have Payday 2. I won't do a stream of Payday 2. That's a multiplayer only game, but I kind of want to play it again after doing that. Not a bad game is Payday 2. The fact that they've not made a Payday 3 after all these years, it just proves how popular that game is. Because they've not needed...
Oh, come on!
They've not needed to make a sequel. I think there's been something that's come out recently, there's DLC for it, and I'm like, really? Like, that game's like fucking years
We
old.
survive this. It's going to be a
We're
miracle.
talking like a good number of years that would be enough to make a sequel, yet they're still making DLC for it.
Say, could I borrow some of that mascara?
Hey, isn't that the cop who solved the big case and got promoted?
The captain is downstairs with Ray Pinker and Carruthers.
Yeah, I'm thinking of moving up
I like Ryan, I like Carruthers.
we're
That's
even
because
his friends,
he's the
and
only
he still
Corey you come
confessed.
across. Maybe that's maybe why. Like, there's no other... You don't come across any other coroners or any other, like...
What's this about, Captain?
Technicians.
Ray
It's
and
just...
Mal have some concerns over the Henry and Muller cases, which I don't want aired outside of this room.
The evidence is solid, Captain.
I agree, Rusty. It's just that corpses keep piling up.
Copycats.
I've been banging the same drum. But the notes and the lipstick messages.
Evelyn Summers, Cartel Classic Carmite. Each woman, same brand, same color.
Teresa Terrelson didn't have a lipstick message.
Technically, you're right, Rusty. She didn't have any lipstick, but she did have a message. We found it beneath her dress, scraped with a sharp stick.
What did it say?
You sure you want to know?
Ray?
As far as we can be sure, it said cunt BD.
That's one way of looking at it.
Looking at what?
Cunt is all about access, though. You're married, so yours is mortgaged. Some of us like to pay by installments. This guy doesn't like to pay at all.
Why are you so angry, Mal?
Because I just had to fire one of my assistants. He was a friend of Jameson's. God knows what he might have been up to.
Captain, we have good leads in the Summers case, but it's up to you to decide how we proceed.
Keep this under your hat for now. And follow up on Evelyn Summers. I want daily reports.
What are we waiting for?
The moon!
We got our orders. Back to the Summers case. Get an address for McCaffrey. He'll have blown the bar. I'll meet you outside.
I need the... Even though I'm in this place where I could easily just get to the people, I need the telephone.
Operator, give me dispatch.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, badge 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need an address for a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Apartment 6, 126 Yale Street, between Ord and Alpine.
Thank you.
They weren't even his prints, and he's still...
Yeah, piss off.
Let me pose a question. Depends. What's it got to do with? Morals. Would it bother you to put the wrong person away? Depends. On what? On whether anyone except the poor son of a bitch in the slammer ever found out. Hey, come on! Whoa there!
Not looking forward to the bill on the car damage for this one. Sniffing the crack, thinking, oh fuck me in the ass. Do do do. Holy shit.
Hello, Rusty. Two on your usual lane?
I'm Detective Phelps. Homicide.
You must be new. What's your shoe size?
We're conducting an investigation, ma'am. Do you know the name Evelyn Summers?
Sounds like I should. Oh, maybe it could be Jimmy's friend.
Jimmy?
James Tiernan. He's a pin setter. One day he introduced me to a lady after work. Stuck in my mind because she was much older, too old for him.
Where can we find Jimmy, Florence?
He'll be hopping around the lanes toward the back.
Thanks, ma'am. Let's go get him.
Oh, is that him there? Casually running away?
Tiernan! LAPD!
Why do they run? This makes them look worse.
There!
Ooh, no, this car I like.
What are you waiting for? Get after him!
We might go faster if we weren't carrying the extra weight.
Oh,
These are flashy cars to be parked outside a bowling alley.
The lanes attract a fast-living individual with money to burn, Cole.
Or a middle-aged individual with the need to feel virile.
Phelps, you gotta get me closer. Another runner. Well, at least we've got a suspect.
Why do they always run? I'm sure we've got
Literally
the wrong
what I
person
just
in more
said.
than one of these homicides, but they always seem to lam it.
You know, your theories are not airtight by any means, Phelps. Hit him! Clean this asshole off the road.
If this isn't the killer, we can at least get him for reckless endangerment.
That's unless he runs into a wall and saves us all the trouble.
Again?
Hit him, Cole! Spin him out! He's going through the square!
I hope the people see him in time to get out of the way.
I'll try to shoot out his tires. Wish me luck. That's the end of that. About fucking time.
Put your hands in the air!
Asshole. As much as I'd like to take that car, nope, gotta take the police standard.
KGPL to any unit. A citizen reports suspicious activity 111 South Alameda. Stand by for further for any Central unit.
They're vaguely meant to be in roughly the same area, but some of them have been like very far out, like too far out to comfort. I don't know. Very weird, and I do not agree.
KGPL to any unit. A citizen reports suspicious activity 111 South Alameda. Stand by for further for any Central unit.
Car 11K, go ahead with the further.
Car 11K, citizen reports suspicious activity at 111 South Alameda. 2 male GTA suspects spotted with it.
LAPD, stop what you're doing!
Ah, shit.
Up for some of the rough stuff, are you?
Phelps, leave him be. Let me smack you around a little bit now, and then I'll finish your observation. Hey, watch the suit. What's your beef with this guy, Phelps?
I got beef.
You! Get back here!
You fuck nugget.
Damn!
It's all right.
Don't get in the fucking way, then.
Careful.
Careful now. Hey, there's Rusty. Oh, come on now. Surely that would fuck him up.
Give it up, LAPD!
Frank Morgan?
Yeah, look, it was Harry's idea to boost the truck full of fishes, not mine. I was in the bar late talking and we...
Save it. You two idiots can say hello to Adrian for me.
Oh, God
Okay, never got that one before. I probably never completed this many side. I'm assuming that's complete half of the side missions, the side crimes. I'll probably finish this crime and I may finish for the night. Learn to eat. And sleepy. Yeah, it's getting late for me anyway. At the time of recording. Easy. I'm getting a bit tired as well. Out of the way! Out of the way! I'm driving the car, you assholes! Meanwhile, the dark undercity streets towering. Fucking no. Maybe best check the
McCaffrey is in apartment 6. Doesn't look like anybody's home. Torn from the letter we found beside the body. the very least, I'd say it ties McCaffrey to the scene.
Oh dear.
He said he was at home. He said he didn't know her. And we have the book.
Let's see Carruthers argue his way out of this one.
Is that you, Grosvenor? Who are you guys? What are you doing in here?
We're from the LAPD, ma'am. Do you know where we might find McCaffrey?
I'm his neighbor. Is he in trouble?
Look, lady, we need to find him, and in a hurry. Are you going to give me trouble?
He has a pigeon coop up on the roof. He spends his mornings up there when he's been drinking.
How do we get up there?
Down the hall and up the stairs.
Drunk and in command of a carrier pigeon. Surely we can write him up for that. A citation, at least.
Like a decent guy.
Grosvenor McCaffrey. Running on a
He's my
hangover,
pigeon.
McCaffrey? Sit down and we'll talk.
I'll go get our wheels.
Again, running's just gonna make you look more innocent, you dick shit.
You a runner, McCaffrey? Stay and fight the good fight. Give it up, LAPD.
As I say, come on, I'm gonna tackle him right, surely. Yeah!
McCaffrey, you're under arrest on suspicion of murdering Evelyn Summers.
We need to get downtown and wrap this thing up. It's got to be McCaffrey. Unless Tiernan set him up. You don't think that asshole Jameson could have done it, do you? Whoever did it. At least it wasn't that Dahlia fuck.
How do you know that McCaffrey didn't do the Dahlia?
We have a list of over 200 suspects. His name was never on it.
If you think the list is exhaustive, Rusty, who am I to argue?
Listen, let's just work the case at hand, shall we? Then we can sit down and put all the puzzle pieces together at a later date.
I'll hold you to that.
This is a very silly thing I'm doing.
You sure you can make it stick with one of these suspects, gentlemen?
It's either McCaffrey or Tiernan, sir. I think Jameson is an aberration.
All right. I'll deal with that degraded lunatic myself. He's got some fearful retribution coming. Tiernan isn't one, McCaffrey isn't two. I want a confession from one of them. Don't fail me, young fellas.
Why did you run, Tiernan?
I was the last one to see Evelyn that night. I knew you would think it was me.
Can you describe your relationship with Evelyn?
I barely knew Evelyn.
Keep lying to me and I'll have you charged and in front of a grand jury before your feet touch the ground.
How can you possibly prove Evelyn and I were more than friends?
McCaffrey gave you up, Tiernan. He says he saw you go into your hotel with Evelyn.
I met Evelyn at the public library. We would read for a while and then go for a drink. Last night, we went back to my hotel room and had some more to drink. I must have passed out. I woke up and she was gone.
What time was this?
Around midnight, maybe later.
And there's no one who can confirm this?
No, there isn't. I knew you wouldn't believe me.
Aristotle's Metaphysics, the book that belonged to McCaffrey.
McCaffrey saw her looking at her once and laughed in her face.
And you're saying Evelyn stole it?
She wanted something of his.
We either hang this on you or McCaffrey. You better give us something.
Well, McCaffrey's been in trouble with the law before. I mean, he always makes out it was some kind of labor dispute. But, you know, I'm not so sure.
You and Evelyn were drinking together last night, and she had no other place to stay.
I don't know what happened last night. I don't remember.
You're lying, Tiernan. You'd been fighting with her. You fought, and...
I'm not lying! She got up and left! That was it!
She left, but she came back. She bought you a quart of whiskey to make it up to you. She told the liquor store owner. You're in deep trouble, buddy.
She said she loved me. She wanted to care for me. But she would never stop talking about McCaffrey. McCaffrey was a writer, and McCaffrey was a hero. McCaffrey cared for the little guy.
Did you kill her, Tiernan?
I might as well have. I kicked her out. She had nowhere to go.
Do you own a car, Tiernan?
No, I don't.
Have access to a lug wrench?
Well, we use a lot of them to clear jams in the pin-setting machines.
Coroner's report says that Evelyn was killed with a wrench. I think you did it and then planted the evidence at McCaffrey's apartment for us to find.
We went to his apartment. McCaffrey was up on the roof. Evelyn stole the book. McCaffrey went crazy when he found out. He said he would put her out of her misery. He can be very cruel.
Evelyn was missing a ring from her right hand.
That's strange. She always wore it. A big black circular disc with a white E in the middle. It was made from an old typewriter key, a present from the prop department at her old movie studio.
We're going to talk to McCaffrey. You need to think about what you've told us, Tiernan. You're not in the clear. You ready to answer some questions?
You think I have all the answers?
People who run from the police usually have something to hide.
Touché, detective. Let's see where this takes us.
Evelyn died sometime around midnight. Remind me, where were you?
I was at home, writing. I'm working on a manuscript.
You're lying, McCaffrey. You were out at the rail yard.
And what do you have that proves I was there?
How about half of Augusta Summers' last correspondence with her daughter?
What are you talking about?
After you were done beating Evelyn, you searched her and found her mother's letter. That old lady's anguish amused you.
I know nothing about a letter or Evelyn's goddamn mother.
So what was it doing on your writing desk?
I don't know, but if I didn't put it there, somebody else did. Try exercising your powers of deduction on that.
We found the lug wrench that Evelyn was battered with in your apartment, and the note from her mother, and your blood-stained clothing. We have you cold, McCaffrey.
You think if I could be bothered to murder Evelyn Summers, I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence in my apartment?
I don't believe you, Grosvenor. The evidence says that you killed her.
You can prove that I wanted to kill Evelyn?
Tiernan is prepared to testify that you threatened Evelyn's life in his presence.
Self-preservation. That's understandable. Okay, I'll level with you. Tiernan killed Evelyn. He came to me for help. I listened to him, and he explained why he did it.
Tiernan went to you for help. You expect me to buy that?
That's how it went down. I told him he made a terrible mistake, but he would be throwing his life away if he went to the cops. I took his things and told him I would dispose of them.
But you didn't.
Speak to Tiernan. He'll give it up.
Operator, message for KGPL.
Putting you through now.
Phelps, 1247.
How could I help, Detective?
I need the jacket on a Grosvenor McCaffrey.
Just a moment, Detective. McCaffrey was formerly under surveillance by the Red Squad. Convictions for petty theft. Dishonorable discharge from the Army during training at Syracuse. Assault on a local woman. Says he almost beat the woman to death.
Thanks, ma'am. You were in the war?
Yes, I was. Seeing the things that I saw, it changes a man. I came back here determined to change things. All I wanted was a pen and an opportunity to speak out.
You told us before that you had only minor run-ins with the police. You didn't mention petty theft.
I've never been in trouble for violence. That's the salient point here, isn't it?
You're lying, McCaffrey. You have a history of violence towards women.
How do you turn a couple parking tickets and a petty theft misdemeanor into an assault charge?
We know all about you and your dishonorable discharge, beating some poor woman near to death in Syracuse. You've never been in combat, McCaffrey. Your whole life is a fraud.
She was a goddamn peasant whore! She tried to steal from my wallet. I could have fought for this country. I could have...
You beat her because she stole from you. Because she tried to outsmart you.
The ignorant audacity of the bitch. What is a man supposed to do? Sit there and take it? How is a man supposed to call himself a man?
And Evelyn Summers, a poor, drunken nobody, stole your book.
And she got what was coming to her.
Whoops. Well, we have one last thing to do, but he's going down for it. Because he's a twat. I mean, I didn't like his smug arrogance anyway, but he's a twat.
You spoken to McCaffrey? I can go? It's all been cleared up?
Not quite. We have one more question we need to ask, James. Then I think we will be done.
Sure. Go ahead.
So Evelyn passed out, and you walked out. What happened next?
I woke up in the morning, very hungover. I thought Evelyn would have come back.
I know you're lying, James. You went out looking for her. Tell me what really happened.
I don't know what you're talking about. How can you say I wasn't in that hotel room?
You wound up at McCaffrey's. You were still incredibly drunk. You passed out on his floor. It's time to tell me what really happened.
McCaffrey woke me up the next morning, and he showed me the lug wrench and the letter in the box. And he said I came in with him last night. He said that I killed Evelyn. And that it was all over the radio. And that he would protect me.
Manipulation.
And I don't know, Detective, for the life of me, I can't remember a goddamn thing. And I was angry with her. Really angry. I could have done it. Was it me?
Nope.
That bum took a swipe at me.
Grosvenor McCaffrey, I'm charging you with the murder of Evelyn Summers. She was a sad lady who never hurt anyone except herself. I hope God finds a way to forgive you.
Congratulations, boys. You bagged the fine catch. Another red to boot. Grand. Now, I want you to put this business about a repeat offender out of your mind. This McCaffrey creature shows no remorse, and neither will the grand jury. You would have to walk a long mile to find a better candidate for an unmarked plot at a prison graveyard.
He's an asshole. Ooh, that's quite a lot. Because the vehicle. So it does affect your rating. I'll have to redo that one then. Not that I don't think I need to, but you never know.
We have lost most of Shaughnessy and Dunn's squad. The gunny is dead. First platoon is in worse shape. That medic is either crazy or the bravest man alive.
Then we rally with the first and try for the Nambus.
It's sheer to the left. To the right, it goes right through a pass with 2 Nambus and enfilade. Mate, we can lose everyone.
Lieutenant, get back off this fucking bridge. They'll start walking the mortars back to their own positions. We only have minutes.
I'm in charge here, Sergeant.
Get your men off the bridge, Lieutenant.
What's your unit, Sergeant?
We don't have time for this, Lieutenant.
What's your unit, Sergeant?
I company 22nd Marines, Lieutenant, and we just saved your ass by fording the river.
My orders are to reconnoiter the...
I think that point is now moot. You have 10 men left. My orders are to save what's left. Move out!
Yeah, don't. When you know it all is lost, don't fucking stick with it, because you're just gonna get everyone killed.
Well done, lads. You did well with the Summers case. But we have a problem. The examiner received a new letter today.
Do you mind if I take a look, Ray?
Go right ahead. They've both been rinsed in gasoline like the previous letters, so I can't lift a print.
Right, I'm going to end it here, so thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. 4 hours, Jesus.